minutes for this meeting, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillors Prad Baines, Juliet Henderson, Wayne Irish, Mel Kendall, Rupert Curl, Leslie Minahan, and Elaine Still, and from Honorary Alderman Chris Carter, Jane Frankham, Andrew Gibson, and Roy Perry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Before we go any further, members, can I ask you to be a little tolerant of the technical people this morning? There may be some technical hiccups along the way. I'm told that they are doing their best, but please can we be tolerant and understand if the pictures at either end are a little delayed in coming up sometimes, but I'm sure that they are doing their best. Again, a second reminder in terms of your declarations of interest, please make sure that you do declare anything, but especially if you've got a pecuniary financial interest. Item 3 of the agenda are the minutes of the previous meeting. I'm not aware of any errors or omissions or amendments. So therefore, may I accept them as a true and accurate record of the minutes of the last full council meeting? Agreed. I will now sign those minutes. Item 4 of the agenda are deputations, and I am not aware that there are any deputations this morning. So we can immediately proceed to item 5 on your agenda, which is the leader's report. So I invite Councillor Humby. Oh, I beg your pardon, I've missed out the most important thing of all, my own announcements. Right, my own announcements. Okay. I'm not sure how long they are, but they are very interesting. I have to say that, don't I? Agreed? Yes? Right, they are. This is a very interesting role that I have, and nothing is the same 2 days running. Is it, Leader?
No.
Right. I'd like to start with a very short but formal announcement following on from our last full council meeting. At the County Council's annual general meeting last year, the County Council received an exceptional all-party notice of motion proposing a number of anti-racism actions which were unanimously agreed by the County Council. One of these actions was to request the Conduct Advisory Panel to consider amending the County Council's arrangements for dealing with complaints against members to include reference to the Council's ability to invite a member to resign as part of an action of censure determined by the Council in accordance with those arrangements when a member is found to have expressed racist and/or unlawfully discriminatory beliefs publicly. The Conduct Advisory Panel met on the 30th of January to consider the County Council's request and the proposal that a member may be invited to resign in the circumstances specified in the resolution. The panel considered the lawful powers of the County Council in relation to the sanctions that it might impose where a member has been found to have breached the Code of Conduct, and took into account the desirability of avoiding confusion regarding these. The Conduct Advisory Panel also considered the role of the Hearing Panel in determining whether a member has breached the Code of Conduct. The Conduct Advisory Panel approved revised wording for the arrangements to give the Hearing Panel, in the circumstances specified in the County Council's resolution, an opportunity to express a formal view that the member concerned ought to consider resigning from office. In this way, the seriousness of the misconduct would be underscored for the benefit of members of the County Council when deciding whether to resolve to censure the member concerned, as well as for the benefit of Hampshire's residents. But the risk of confusion arising concerning the lawful powers of the County Council would be lower. It's quite a lot to absorb and to take in, but I think it does cover all the points that were made in that resolution at the annual general meeting. Now I'm pleased to report to you some awards that have been granted to Hampshire County Council staff. On the 30th of November, Hampshire County Council partnered with the Business magazine to deliver the first Hampshire Business Awards, celebrating the significant achievements and successes of businesses across Hampshire and the positive impact on the communities within which they operate. The awards night was attended by 500 people, representing businesses and organisations across the county. 14 category winners were selected by a panel of award sponsors and expert independent judges from a staggering 262 nominations. This significant event, which incidentally was the biggest nationally outside of London, demonstrated the strength, variety and pride that we have in Hampshire businesses and their importance in driving the full economic success of our area. As you might expect, my own chairman's diary continues to be very busy. On the 11th of November, I led an act of remembrance at the Castle Winchester. This was a very moving ceremony and well attended by staff on a rather blustery and chilly day. I was delighted to attend Ashburton Hall and present apprenticeship awards on the 22nd of November to some of our highly talented young and indeed not so young apprentices, all extremely well deserved. On the 29th of November, I donned my wellies and visited Staunton Farm and Country Park. There is so much more to see and do there than I had realised, and I ended up by staying much longer than I had intended. And special thanks to Councillor Jackie Branson for being such an informative and enthusiastic guide. The staff carol concert on the 7th of December was, as always, a quick sellout. Everyone enjoyed mulled wine and mince pies, whilst the Hampshire Music Service, yet again, put on a magnificent performance. So members, I'm going to take this opportunity to give you early notice of my chairman's concert in the Great Hall on Friday the 26th of April. Tickets are not yet on sale, but this year they will be very moderately priced, so demand will be high. Put the date in your diary so you don't miss it. 26th of April. Please note that at that concert, the Hampshire Music Service will be premiering the Hampshire Anthem, which they have been rehearsing for many months. As you can imagine, in the run-up to Christmas, I attended many carols, concerts and services, all of which were delightful and welcoming. But never before have I sung carols to Scottish bagpipes. Quite a unique and memorable experience. But it worked remarkably well. And I must thank Councillor Collett and the local parishioners of St Barnabas Church, Hart Lane District Council, for making me so welcome. Councillor Collett, I think that was an experience I will never forget, but it was absolutely delightful. On the 14th of December last, I unveiled an information board close to the Lucrezia statue in Jury Street, just outside the Ark, previously known as the Discovery Centre. And for those of you who may not be aware, historians describe Lucrezia as, quote, the most important Jewish woman in medieval England. And what's more, she lived in Winchester. In fact, the statue is opposite where Lucrezia's house and the city's 13th century synagogue once stood. Another bit of history for you. I attended a service of welcome to the Right Reverend Philip Mount Stephen as the 98th Bishop of Winchester on the 13th of January. And in early February, I was present for the launch of the Winchester Studies publication on prehistoric Roman and post-Roman Winchester. On the 15th of February, I met with Her Royal Highness, Princess Royal, when she visited the Ordnance Survey Complex, a very modern building which produces and works with highly accurate geospatial data and digital overlaying to help the police, fire and rescue, NHS and intelligence services. Gone are the days when the Ordnance Survey simply produced maps. Today, their work is far more complex and state-of-the-art. And just as another historical snippet, to let you know that the Ordnance Survey actually started way back in the 1700s. Coming to the end of my announcements, I do have a very, very sad announcement to make, and that it is with great sadness that I have to record the death of Honourable Alderman Marilyn Tucker, who has sadly passed away. I know that many people in this room will remember Marilyn. Marilyn represented the Tadley and Baghurst electoral division between 2005 and 2013. And I'd like to invite the leader to say a few words. Leader.
Madam Chairman, I think there were others that were going to potentially speak before me, but obviously our considerations in terms of that, I'd like to request that they speak first, if that's okay.
Thank you. Members, as an exceptional arrangement, I have invited some honorary aldermen to speak this morning. The first of those is Honorary Alderman Keith Chapman. Is he here? It's nice to see you in the chamber again.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Can I thank the Council for allowing me to speak on a dear friend of mine? And I might get emotional. As members know me, I do tend to get a bit emotional about things like this. So this won't take too long, but I'm going to run through a bit of history, if you don't mind, because I think it's important to remember some of the things these people did. Mary and her husband lived in Silchester for many years, where they had rescue dogs, mostly Alsatians, Morgan horses, which she had a passion for after going to the States. They also had ponies, belted Galloway cattle, game farm, and they raised turkeys. So they had a very interesting farm. I first met Marilyn in 1976. She had been elected to Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council and was given a report to Mortimer and West End Parish Council. I was there as well, giving a school report. We got on very well, and she and many others tried to persuade me, to stand for the Borough Council. And after many arm twisting, I did actually get elected in 1979. I found myself sitting on the same planning committee. So every 2 weeks, we had a viewing committee to visit application sites. She was not keen to go on the viewing committee's bus, so I volunteered to accompany her in her car. So members, no mobile phones, no sat-navs, just maps and the odd phone box, and asking people where we should be going. As I was navigating and she was driving around, I suddenly realised that I was with a rally driver. So I asked her, have you been a rally driver? And the answer was, it has been known, she said. She was the best driver I've ever been with. She had 3 campaigns. First one was a campaign against cesspool charges, because some residents were having them emptied twice a week or twice a month. And she also campaigned for the residents to go on mains drainage. She was known as the cesspool queen. Second campaign was to stop a massive power line going through the 500-acre Pamber forest, which would have resulted in hundreds of trees being destroyed. Involving the CPRE, they won the route. The route was rerouted using existing power lines. As the route was coming out of Bramley Power Substation, which was like a bicycle wheel, all these wires coming out, she campaigned for the first mile to go underground. It happened 10 years ago when there was a power line was being installed between Bramley and Basingstoke. The whole line was put underground. She was made mayor of Basingstoke in the year 2000, normally held in the council chamber, but this time was moved to the Anvil, and she asked me to propose her, and it was a great honour for me to do so. She gave birth to a daughter, Sarah. We could often see the baby raising her head above the pram as she was allowed to come to council meetings. So one day, when I was out canvassing, I found a Jack Russell hanging on my bottom. Residents involved removed the said dog, and I received first aid. From then on, I was very nervous walking up people's driveways with dogs running towards me. And one of the things she demonstrated to me was that if you've got a leaflet, right, like this, before you put it through the door, you bend it over and put your hand inside it. So when you went through the door, if there was a dog there, it took the leaflet rather than your hand, which I thought, so that might be interesting when you're out canvassing sometime. So we often canvassed together. So when we started walking up drives with lots of dogs running at her, she turned to me and said, leave this one to me. And when the dogs arrived, they suddenly went very quiet and wagged their tails and sort of escorted her to the front door. They just followed her out and followed her out the gate. Such a transformation. It was amazing. How did this happen? I had to ask her, because this happened all the time. I said, how did you do that? She turned to me with this radiant smile, a bit like this one here. I always keep dog biscuits in my pocket, she says. When she was elected to the county council, the first thing that she did was to go into Sainsbury's in Tadley and manage to get permission to hold her surgery in the store every third Saturday. So on Friday, she used to travel down to Winchester to pick up a banner and materials for public display in the store. So entering the store, it was nice to see her greeted, and it was a wonderful smile. And she had lots of people talking to her about county council services there. She loved being a county councillor, being on the late David Kirk's education team. She also a member of the Hampshire Fire Rescue Service, and she thought that was wonderful. Her third campaign started as a member of HCC. This to remove ragwort from HCC land, as ragwort was poisonous to horses. I think we actually debated that in this council chamber. Two things she said to me when I last visited her, just 3 weeks before she passed, was that she was so happy that her daughter Sarah had got married in 2023 at Silchester Church, where the funeral was held. And the other was that she was so happy being awarded honorary alderman. It was a great honour to her. Marion did over 40 years of public service. She was a great lady and a true friend, and I really miss her. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Alderman Chapman, for that very moving tribute that you've paid to Marilyn. I'm sure that everybody in the room feels the emotion behind your comments this morning. Honorary Alderman Roy Perry was hoping to be able to make a tribute this morning, but unfortunately he's not able to be here. So I am now going to pause and invite any members who would like to make a tribute, if you please raise your hand. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I will speak for just a few minutes, less than that. My memories of Councillor Tucker are much more recent. Councillor Chapman has just elaborated on his experiences of her over 40 years. My experience is such that I only met Marilyn in 2012, and she made an impression on me at a time when she just lost her county councillorship with the surge of UKIP at the time, and her words to me at that time were, or should I say a couple of years later when I was nominated as the candidate for Tudley and Borghurst, was go and get it back. And at least I did that at the time. 2 weeks ago, having been saddened by the news from a phone call on Christmas Eve from the Mayor of Basingstoke-Deane, who is a close friend of hers, David Leakes, and also a long-standing leader of the community in Tudley, I was pleased to join the great and the good at Tudley at the funeral. Political representation was in abundance, all sides, MPs, aldermen, past leaders of Basingstoke-Deane Council, and other some participating in the readings, reflecting her popularity or respect for what she did leading up to her being elected as an alderman of the county, despite her relatively short stay as a county councillor. Talking to her cousin at the funeral, I learned that Hampshire was indeed very lucky to have benefited from the contribution from Marilyn, as she was a Londoner who in 1939, born just before the war, was evacuated to firstly St Albans, then some years later to North Hampshire, as it was deemed that living near to Biggin Hill in southeast London during the Blitz was not the right place for her and the family. I have no doubt that the Luftwaffe were pleased that she did go. Others will no doubt expand in the memories of Marilyn, as we've just heard from Keith, either as a friend or fellow councillor. For me, although I will just highlight 3 very recent incidents, in fact all in the last quarter of last year, before she passed away, that really said all about a remarkable lady, her passing being almost coincidental. Firstly, in late October last year, and we all knew of her illness and indeed her years, I was asked by one of my constituents, who was then chairman of Parkinson's Disease UK, if I would act as an adjudicator or monitor in his latest fundraising activity, namely breaking along with another Tudley resident the Guinness Book of World Records for a 3-legged distance over 12 hours. The event was held in Silchester, very close to where Marilyn lived, and Silchester was a large part of her life. Indeed, her name was mentioned during the proceedings, and the coincidence indeed that Marilyn had nominated the same charity, Parkinson's, as the beneficiary of any donation to her funeral. Secondly, just before Christmas, I fielded a call from a small Hampshire-based charity called Spotlight UK, run by a family in Tudley, asking me for some county councillor's budget for an exercise she was running on children's mental health for the Hurst School students. I agreed, and then the lady went on to say that Marilyn had really been the one to get her charity going, as she'd negotiated for her a short, very low-cost lease arrangement on a shop in the top of the town in Basingstoke. Short lease or not, pleased to see years on, the shop is still there next to Barclays Bank in Basingstoke and thriving from what I gather. I also visited the Link, a building in Tudley for which she got all the grants necessary to construct this building. And it was there for the youth of Tudley. Now, it's probably it's diversed a little bit now. We have our food pantry in there. We have eye tests and every other activity, community activity going on in there. But there on the wall, here we are now in 2024, was a tribute to Marilyn as the county councillor for Tadley and Borkhurst for all the work she did in getting that building constructed. The message is sizable, believe me. So there we are, colleagues. Marilyn started her local political career, as you've heard, serving the community in 1976. Her stay in the council was, as I said, only 8 years. Suffice to say, and repeated at the funeral by Sarah, her daughter, in an excellent life eulogy, said her becoming an alderman was one of the highlights of her life. The 3 events I referred to show how much she is still appreciated, and it's good to know she too appreciated Hampshire County Council, such that her councillorship was indeed the highlight of her life. Marilyn served the community from 1976 to 2018, as she continued as a Basingstoke and Dean councillor after 2013. To me, it is not what she did as a councillor, but what she is remembered for after she has sadly left us. That is the legacy of an impressive lady. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mello, again for that very moving tribute. Are there any other members who wish to make tribute to Councillor Marilyn, Honorary Alderman Marilyn Tucker? No? Okay. Now, members, you might recall at our last meeting, we were informed of the death of Honourable Alderman Alex Varden, and many of you did pay tribute to him at that time. But today, as an exceptional arrangement, I'm going to invite Honorary Alderman Michael Woodall to step forward and pay his tribute to former County Councillor Honourable Alderman Alex Varden. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be standing here talking about Alex Varden, who, like me, was a councillor way back in the 1990s when I first was elected in 93, and he'd already been here since 1985. So he was a well-established member of the Conservative team at that time. In November 1993, I had a phone call one Sunday evening from our friend Liz Barron, Councillor Liz Barron. Michael, we've got a problem. Can you go to Copenhagen next week with a joint party delegation to look at waste? Fine, Liz, I'll be there. Got the plane and we met up. This was the start of a journey that Alex and I, along with others, and talking last night to Councillor Collett and Councillor Roger Price, they were one of the few survivors here today that remember those days when we were told by the officers, you've got a problem in Hampshire, you're collecting 1 million tonnes of waste each year, and how you're going to get rid of it. We're running out of landfill sites, we're running out of the incinerators are going to be closed down because of dioxins, and how we're going to go about it. So we had to learn from other parts of the country and the Europe and the world as to what they were doing. Subsequent to that, one morning, I shared an office with Alex. He said, Michael, I've just got back from Seattle with Bob Lisney. Now, Bob Lisney will only be known to a handful of us, but he was probably one of the waste supremos in the country, and his book on the subject is still considered to be one of the Bibles on recycling. Michael, you've got to go to Seattle and see what I've just seen last week. So during the recess, at my expense, I went straight to Seattle and spent a couple of days looking at what they were doing. We then realized that we can do better in Hampshire. Project Integra started, and that was a very great success. And Hampshire Waste Services were one of the vehicles. And at the same time, we had to do negotiations with Onyx, as they were called, then Veolia, in order to go and get the new energy from waste plants constructed, which we did. Bob was, in fact, leading on that with Alex, and therefore we've now got a regime in this county which is second to none and admired by others throughout the country and the world. Now, Alex, being a banker, worked with Barclays for many years, understood the arithmetic, and we were talking about hundreds of millions to create what we were doing. He then, with the team, and I think Adrian over there would remember that very well, managed to get the money raised and a contract in place, and that's where we are today. I would say that being with Alex was a great treat. He has a wonderful singing voice, a bass voice, and being at civic services or carol services with him, you could guarantee that he would be taking the lead in the singing. And I attended his funeral service way back in November, and the church was alive with music, which is a great celebration. And Catherine, his wife, said to me last night, she said, Michael, the 4 years that he was doing the work he did was probably one of the happiest times of his career. So where we are today with waste is very much down to Alex and other colleagues that I have mentioned across the party divide. We were united in creating a regime that now is outstanding, and it is up to us now to carry on that legacy of Alex and our friends. May I say, Alex was a true friend to the County Council, a very competent man, and indeed, for those of us who knew him personally, he was a very good friend, and I will remember him with very, very great affection. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, could I please now ask you to stand for a moment's silence in tribute of the former Honorary Alderman Marilyn Tucker and Alderman Alex Varden. Thank you, members. And I'd like to thank the Honorary Alderman Chapman and Woodall for their attendance today and their quite moving tributes that they've paid. I'd like to also to invite them to stay if they so wish and hear the debate this morning from the public gallery. Thank you both very much indeed. Right, members, we now continue with the main agenda before us today. We are now on item 6, which is the Leader's Report. So I invite Councillor Humby to make his report. Councillor Humby.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. And I just wanted to say, it's really great that we're in a position at the County Council to invite our Honorary Aldermen in to thank you for that and for there to be able to share their thoughts and reflections as well. So thank you to you and the Chamber for being allowed to do that. Okay, first I'd like to start my report by wishing His Majesty the King a swift and full recovery following his recent cancer diagnosis. Our thoughts and very best wishes are with His Majesty King Charles and the royal family at this time. I will speak about the budget later in the agenda, but for now I would like to remind everyone that the County Council's future services consultation is open for responses until the 31st of March. The consultation seeks Hampshire's residents' views on proposals that could help lower the cost in 13 service areas in future, and what it might mean if the County Council were to deliver these services differently after April 2025. I strongly encourage all residents to take part in this important consultation, especially those living in the district council areas of Basingstoke-on-Deane, Gosport, Havant and Rushmore, where we are keen to hear from more people. Saturday marks the second anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The County Council will fly the Ukrainian flag outside the Great Hall on Saturday as a demonstration of our constant solidarity with the people of Ukraine. I'm very pleased that the Homes for Ukraine scheme is a success in Hampshire. In the last 24 months, more than 1,784 Ukrainian families, made up of nearly 3,500 individuals, have settled in our county. And I'm proud of the role that the County Council is playing to support Homes for Ukraine. In the last 24 months, working closely with district and borough councils and community partners, we have provided welcome packs, safeguarding checks, support with education, employment and English language skills, Ukraine Connections events in libraries, rematching assistance, and a wide range of other services and support to help our Ukrainian guests rebuild their lives in Hampshire. I want to thank County Council officers, especially officers in our Children's Services Directorate, who have worked so tirelessly and diligently to help families from Ukraine to settle safely in the county. I especially want to say a heartfelt thank you to the Hampshire residents who continue to welcome Ukrainian families into their homes and volunteer for local charities and community groups supporting families in Hampshire and Ukraine. I recently visited one such community group called New Forest for Ukraine, which manages public donation points across the New Forest and sends aid to charitable foundations in Ukraine. The deputy leader and a member champion for Homes Ukraine scheme and I were very impressed with the dedication, drive and passion of the New Forest for Ukraine volunteers. To demonstrate our gratitude to Hampshire host households for their outstanding generosity and compassion, the County Council used the grant we received from central government to deliver the Homes for Ukraine scheme to top up the monthly thank you payments made to hosts over the winter months. For 6 months until the end of March 2024, Hampshire hosts received a monthly thank you payment of £700. That is £200 a month higher than the current rate set by central government. As the conflict enters its third year, I would like to remind anyone who is interested in hosting a family from Ukraine that you can still register on the government's Homes for Ukraine website. Some families with jobs and school places in the county are in hosting arrangements that are due to end soon. So we're always grateful when more prospective hosts come forward to offer their greatly appreciated spare rooms and friendship. Earlier this week, I was pleased to see the Home Office announce that a Ukraine permission extension scheme would be open from next year. This will enable families from Ukraine to apply for a further 18 months permission to stay in the UK when their current visas expires. Under the new extension scheme, it will be crucial that local authorities continue to receive grant funding from central government to keep providing essential support to Ukraine families and their generous hosts. I look forward to working with the other council leaders to have those discussions with ministers in due course. Hampshire County Council welcomes the government's announcement to protect the health of children and young people through the ban on disposable vapes and a restriction on vape flavours and marketing. The resolution on underage vaping, passed by full council last year, highlighted the environmental harm caused by disposable vapes, as well as their potential to harm children and young people through nicotine addiction. Negative effects on brain development and other unknown long-term effects from vaping. Under the leadership of the Director of Public Health, the County Council continues to lead the work for a smoke-free generation through our multi-agency tobacco-controlled alliance. This includes working with schools, parents and carers to prevent smoking and vaping in children and young people, and supporting people to quit through our commissioned Stop Smoking service. The County Council has really been on the front foot in our response to the concerning issue of youth vaping. Much of that is down to the excellent public health education trading standards team, but I'd also like to thank 4 Cabinet members, Councillor Chadd, Councillor Fairhurst, Councillor Oppenheimer and Councillor Forster, who work closely with those officers to ensure Hampshire is among the leading authorities in the country, in tackling smoking and underage vaping. They did a huge amount of work leading up to that, and interestingly, the announcement that happened from government following that. So we were genuinely, from Hampshire County Council, on the front foot and leading in that. Digital connectivity is a crucial component of our day-to-day lives and essential for further enhancing Hampshire's status as a great place to, and you would have been disappointed if I hadn't done this, to live, learn, work, play, and visit. Thank you very much, Councillor Todd. Somebody is listening. The success of the National Superfast Broadband Programme means that almost 98% of premises across Hampshire are benefiting from higher internet speeds. However, that means just over 2% of premises in the county, equating to around 22,000 properties, are not currently benefiting from the programme. Earlier this month, Cabinet approved Hampshire's new Digital Future Strategy, which underlines the need to ensure that no part of Hampshire is left behind in an increasingly digitised world. For this reason, I intend to write to the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology to seek assurances that the 22,000 premises that did not benefit from the Superfast Broadband Programme will have their internet speeds upgraded at the earliest opportunity, and that none of Hampshire will be left behind in the drive to a gigabit capable connectivity. I'll ensure members are updated, as I always do when I receive a response. And speaking of letters, I recently signed a joint letter with the leaders of 7 upper-tier authorities, councils in the South East, on the impact of utility company street works on our road network. In his response, the Minister for Roads and Local Transport expressed an interest in engaging further with the 7 councils on this subject, and again, I will make sure I follow up on that and report back to all members when we receive further responses. Finally, I want to highlight some of the challenges that wintry weather conditions bring to our teams, particularly for highways and countryside and property. January alone saw 3 named storms and a cold snap strike the UK. Storm Henk caused significant disruption in Hampshire, with heavy rainfall and wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. Between the 2nd and 9th of January, the County Council's highways teams received a staggering 4,166 inquiries between the 2nd and the 9th of January on the effects of Storm Henk, raised 164 emergency jobs related to fallen trees, and closed more than 100 roads due to flooding or trees. There's also been an increase in tree issues across the countryside sites, the Basingstoke Canal and Hilliers, mainly due to the impact of the storms. Storm Henk resulted in around 185 trees issues being reported on the rights of way network, 66 trees affected on the canal, and 40 impacted at Hilliers. As the wet weather continues, it is having a detrimental impact on the rights of way network, with paths waterlogged and impassable in places and requiring additional maintenance. Thankfully, the majority of the flood prevention measures across our wider built estate were successful, and we weathered the storms during this period well. I would also like at that point to do a plug for the Our Hants app, so residents can report flooding and other local issues through the County Council's new mobile app called Our Hands. The app can now be downloaded free of charge from your phone app store. And I've had a lot of really good comments on that app and how useful it has been. And obviously, it can be built on, once we start to use it and understand it better, more things we'll be able to use on the app as we go forward. On a sadly negative note, I was appalled to learn of a dreadful incident involving one of our gritter drivers, who was out sorting the roads in the Borden area in the early hours of Monday, the 15th of January. While out on a salt run on the A325, going through Bucks Horn Oak, the window of his vehicle was shot and shattered by a large ball bearing. Quite appalling. The shot came, as we understand, from a passing vehicle. Thankfully, our driver was unharmed because of his actually extraordinarily quick reactions, but I urge anyone who witnessed the incident or might have information about it to contact Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary. And I understand, and Councillor Nick Adams-King might be able to report, I think the driver then actually got back on his duties and carried on as well, which is remarkable from that point of view. It's just appalling, isn't it? However, in conclusion, members, I conclude my report by saying a big thank you to all our frontline teams who work around the clock in very challenging and changeable weather conditions throughout the winter months to support the vulnerable residents and keep road users safe. Madam Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader, for that update. And we send our very best wishes to the driver and hope that he's not too taken aback and shaken by the whole incident. Members, we proceed now with the agenda. We are now on item 7, which is questions. I believe today we have a total of 9 questions, but to remind you, we have a maximum period of 30 minutes in which to respond to those questions. And we will deal with first questions first. The first question is from Councillor Alan Dowden. Councillor Dowden, would you like to put your question, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is to the Councillor Adams-King, obviously the lead member for Universal Services. How much has the authority, that's Hampshire, paid out compensation within the last 12 months for claims in regards of pothole damage to vehicles?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Dowden. Councillor Adams-King?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Dowden, Alan, for my first question. In the financial year to the 5th of February, the damages paid to claimants where the primary cause is carriageway pothole or footway pothole totalled £179,668.57. This compares favourably to last year. We continue to maintain a high repudiation rate. This, in effect, means that we continue to be able to rely on the statutory defence to claims that arises from the reasonableness of our inspection and maintenance regime.
Thank you, Councillor Adams-King. Councillor Dowden, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. Can I ask, obviously, to the executive member, how many claims for compensation were registered with the authority, and at that time, what percentage of those claims was successful?
Councillor Adams-King.
So, in that period, Councillor Dowden, we had 1,597 claims, of which 218, it depends on the definition of successful, but 218 of them have so far been, had their liability accepted. 1,081 have been denied, and there remain at the moment 298 that are as yet undecided. That compares in terms of the last year, so in the 22-23 financial year, that that is about the same in terms of its numbers. The number of claims currently admitted is less. It was 334 out of 1,778 in 22-23. But of course, there are still quite a number that are still outstanding and being investigated. So that's not a complete picture as yet.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Councillor Adams-King. Could I also offer at this point a thank you to Councillor Dowden for making his questions nice and short. This is by way as a reminder to the whole council, please. Yeah, please, nice short questions and not too much preamble. We're not here to make political statements. Question 2 is from Councillor McArthur. Would you like to put your question, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologise, it's 3 lines, not 2, so I didn't keep it quite short enough. So my question is for Councillor Russell Oppenheimer, the Executive Member for Countryside and Regulatory Services. What has been done so far and what has been spent so far on removing ash trees suffering from ash dieback across Hampshire when they pose a potential risk to members of the public? Thank you.
Councillor Oppenheimer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Councillor McArthur, for the question. The ash dieback project was created in 2020 with an initial agreed budget of 1.75 million up to 2025. However, the rapid spread of the disease and increased contractor costs meant that the budget was increased to 3.3 million in 2022 to take us through to 2026. To date, 2.9 million has been spent, alongside an additional 218,000 from Highways revenue budgets. This money has supported 3 strands of activity. Firstly, preparatory work. We've undertaken tree inspections across 1,350 kilometres of the highway network and the entire HCC estate to identify the greatest risks from those ash trees. Another part of our preparatory work is undertaking pre-felling mitigation work to identify and protect endangered species. Secondly, felling operations themselves. To date, this has consisted of felling, monolithing and pollarding of over 15,000 ash trees. Thirdly, follow-up. The follow-up works include tree planting and restoring paths. And we also have a public engagement campaign to explain why we are removing certain ash trees. We've also provided advice to private landowners with ash dieback issues. Since April 2020, we've sent over 800 advisory letters to private owners of trees adjacent to highways. In addition to 179 separate highways tree felling projects, there have been a number of large ash tree felling and tree reduction projects. These include works at Bosmere Primary School, the Testway, 3 Maids Hill, Wicker Woods, Stoner Hill, and the Itchen Rail Path. Where it is safe to do so, the Ash Dieback project has been creating ash retention areas, such as at Ashford Hangers National Nature Reserve, where the ash trees will be retained through the disease process in the hope that next generation trees will develop resistance and can become a refuge for the 45 species that rely on ash trees, including invertebrates, birds, and lichens. The ash dieback proliferation is a sad occurrence for Hampshire, as we will ultimately lose tens of thousands of ash trees. Luckily, though, we will still have more trees than any other county in England. And luckily, we also have a Hampshire Forest Partnership busy replacing the ash losses with 1 million new trees, including disease-resistant elms, which are also very good for biodiversity.
Thank you, Councillor Oppenheimer. Councillor McArthur, do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you very much. I'm just interested in the response and the ongoing funding beyond the existing window, given the amount of impact that the ash dieback has had on our trees. What's the outlook for funding beyond that 2026 window? Thank you.
Councillor Oppenheimer.
Yes, thanks for that question. It's true that there will be a requirement going forward, and we do have ways of meeting that requirement. So, for example, where we fell ash trees, we're selling wood for timber and wood chip for biomass boilers. That brings in some income. But of course, because we're starting with the riskiest trees, we believe that the risk to the public will be largely reduced over the next 2-3 years. It won't be eliminated, though, because, of course, the disease is spreading all the time. But I think it's safe to say that where there is a risk to the public, Hampshire County Council will always find the money to remove an ash tree that's posing that risk. And that's a challenge in the current financial environment, but it's something that I'm sure that future executive members will take very seriously.
Thank you, Councillor Oppenheimer. The next question is from Councillor Groves. Councillor Grove, would you like to put your question, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And believe it or not, I have tried to keep this question as short as possible and will do so in the future. A question to the Executive Lead Member for Universal Services, Councillor Nick Adams-King. In May 2023, we were informed that Hampshire is progressing a new materials recovery facility in Chickenhall Lane, Eastleigh, which is planned to be operational by mid-2025. In January 2024, it was stated the current plans for infrastructure based on a twin stream system needed to be paused, and it appears waste capital expenditure is now not included in the budget. Could the executive member please advise when the Chickenhall Lane materials recovery facility will now be operational, and also how the pots, tubs, trays, Tetra Paks, cartons and plastic wrapping promised to be collected by Test Valley Borough Council in 2024 will be disposed of by the responsible authority for recycling or disposing of waste collected, Hampshire County Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adams-King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Groves, for your question. The County Council secured planning permission for a proposed twin stream materials recovery facility, or MRF, in October 2022, with the intention of being operational during 2025. The government have, as I'm sure you're aware, however, since consulted on changes to the simpler recycling legislation, with a significant area of consideration being the potential to provide an exemption that allows all dry recycling to be co-collected in one container. This means that there is no certainty on the way in which material will be collected and presented to the County Council for disposal, and therefore what infrastructure is required to process it. Work is underway by Project Integra to determine the preferred collection system for material, and this will inform a decision on the requirements for the MRF infrastructure. However, we are still waiting for the outcome of the latest consultation to provide enough certainty to be able to invest in the infrastructure. Once we have the outcome of the above work and the further expected government consultation, we will progress as quickly as we possibly can with the necessary decisions in terms of both the facilities and the costs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Adams-King. Councillor Groves, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer, Councillor Adams-King. I'm just interested to know when we do think we will be managing to recycle waste in a better way and do this extra recycling. I'm also aware that the government's simpler recycling policy advises that councils will have to have weekly food collections for most households by 2026, which is only 2 years away now. And household, businesses and schools and hospitals also will have to collect by 2026. Again, businesses, schools and hospitals don't at the moment, as far as I'm aware, do recycling. How will the rest of Hampshire catch up with those who already collect food waste, including the borough of Eastleigh that I'm aware of? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adams-King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you'll find that the food waste collections are not impacted by the provision of the MRF. It's something that we'll be able to manage separately. If I'm honest with you, I'm quite surprised by the questions from Councillor Groves, because he quite rightly points out that Eastleigh are doing very well in terms of their recycling rates and the work that they're doing. And indeed, his colleagues, the leader of his group and the member for Botley and Hedge End North, who is the lead member for the opposition in terms of our area, know very well that that's happening, because I've been writing to them to talk them through how we're looking to take this forward. The issue, I think, for all of us is that we need to be recycling better. And that requires all of us to work better towards that. And if I may say, it also includes the need for members of his group to start working with us to ensure that that happens. So we need the deputy leader of Basingstoke-and-Deane, for example, to start working on a system that that moves away from collecting residual waste on a weekly basis and therefore keeps their recycling rate down. It would be helpful if Gosport moved away from their community skip scheme, which was, in fact, not compliant with the Project Integra agreement, nor the Jim Wams arrangement that we have, and indeed it results in a lower recycling rate as a consequence of it. There's no little irony in the fact that the amendment that's being put forward to the climate change motion by your group a little later on is something that quite rightly points us all in the fact that we need to do more. But the fact remains that we need to work together, and we need to work away from a system where people are doing their own things for their own political benefit in their own patches. And what we need to do is to work towards a system that we can all work together and make sure that our recycling rate and our recycling system comes up to speed and comes up to the standard that our residents expect of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Adams-King. The fourth question this morning is from Councillor Wade. Councillor Wade, would you like to put your question,
Thank you,
please?
Chairman. My question is again to the lead member for Universal Services, Councillor Nick Adams-King. Can you explain why the Dibden Purlieu section of the TCF Ealing to Holbury scheme was planned to be done in the run-up to the Christmas, without any regard to the impact on local traders and the economy of Dibden Purlieu village centre? The works and resulting traffic delays produced a massive reduction in footfall for the retail business, amounting to thousands of pounds of lost trade. Why was this not considered and the works planned outside this critical period for local traders?
Thank you, Councillor Wade. Councillor Adams-King, it's a busy morning for you this morning.
Yes, you'll be very bored of me very soon, Madam Chairman. The Transforming Cities Fund Ealing to Holbury scheme is part of a large programme of schemes funded by the Department of Transport. The main factor in scheduling the construction work was the requirement in the funding agreement for all construction works to be completed before the end of March 2024. If the County Council did not meet the funding agreement requirements, there was a risk of potentially missing out on 3.2 million of capital grant funding and having to fund the scheme from local resources. As a consequence of the County Council's well-regarded track record for scheme delivery, the DFT have recently agreed to allow construction works to extend into the 2024-25 financial year. Unfortunately, we didn't get that notification until it was too late to adjust the programme to take it away from Christmas. So basically, we needed to do it in that period at that time because we believed otherwise we'd lose the money by the end of March. We now are able to push it forward into next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Adams-King. Councillor Wade, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Madam Chairman. Thank you for that response. An email you sent me yesterday on another aspect of this problem. However, it could have been started earlier and finished earlier. This section of the scheme has been poorly planned and badly executed by our contractor. The disruption to local people and is extensive, but the impact on local traders has been devastating in lost revenue. Will the County Council be providing compensation to the traders for lost business?
Councillor Adams-King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The short answer on the issue of compensation is no. I'm sorry, we can't and we won't and we don't provide compensation in those circumstances. There are ways by which traders can look for other opportunities for some form of compensation by way of any business rates that they pay, if they do pay business rates, to be reduced for the disruption they've caused. If I might say, though, Councillor Wade, the first email I had from you advising me of there being an issue with this scheme was on the 1st of February. If you've got concerns about it, any of you with schemes in your area, please let me know, because we will always work together to try and ensure that the amount of disruption that you have is kept to an absolute minimum. And if there are concerns of this type, we can do it. And an example I will give you is in my own patch where, or not in my own patch, but adjacent to my own patch, where Councillor Cooper and I worked very effectively together to ensure that the closure of Winchester Road in Romsey, which has been an enormous impact on the town, happened over the last 2 weeks, including 1 week of half term, rather than the 5 weeks leading up to Christmas that the developers originally wanted. So it is possible to make changes, it is possible to change things around, but only if you tell me. And telling me a month after Christmas was frankly too late.
Thank you, Councillor Adams-King. We're now on to question number 5, which is from Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I guess my question follows on pretty well from that last answer, because colleagues in Rushmore have written this month expressing their deep frustration at an apparent lack of coordination and planning for roadworks within the borough. Given that the Streetworks team is responsible for the coordination of all works on the public highway in order to minimise traffic disruption, is there anything the Streetworks team can do to improve the current situation, which seems to have worsened in the past few months?
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Adams-King.
Me again. Thank you, Councillor Crawford, for your question. The Rushmore area, along with many other areas across the county, is currently seeing a high volume of highway activity, not only as a consequence of our own works to repair roads, but also from utility companies repairing and renewing ageing infrastructure or installing new services to feed new development. And I think over the last year in particular, the SO works, which has been a strategic piece of work as well, have also caused, I know, a lot of disruption. The County Council's statutory role is to coordinate all planned works on the highway network in order to minimise traffic disruption, and I'd like to assure Councillor Crawford that officers work extremely hard to ensure this function is discharged professionally and diligently. Demand for road space is extremely high at the moment, however, so there will inevitably be a degree of inconvenience from time to time, despite the best endeavours of the Streetworks team. There will also be occasions when emergencies occur, for example, a gas leak or a water leak, and these will often require an urgent, unplanned intervention to keep residents safe and avoid a loss of essential services in homes. In these cases, the Streetworks teams will always consider delaying permitted works and or removing other works from the highway in order to keep the traffic flowing in a particular area. If I might say, a good example of that also is today, where the closure of the M27 has, I know for a lot of you, caused complete chaos. And we have removed as many of our roadworks and ensured that the utilities remove as much work as we can around the south of the county to ensure that there is as free-flowing movement as possible of traffic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Adams-King. Councillor Crawford, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think one of the things that might help, I appreciate how much excellent work's been done behind the scenes, is if the Streetworks team, in a sense, could minimise the traffic disruption, but also if they could improve the current situation by communicating better with the public as to what's going on. Because at the moment, there seems to be a lack of information getting out to the public.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Adams-King.
I think that's a very fair point. We do the very best we can, and what I would urge you all to do, and we all have a role to play in that, so we all have a role in telling both our district, borough and city colleagues and also our own residents and our own constituents what's happening around roadworks. One.network is your website of choice. That is where all of the information is put and where all of the details are placed about that. You can set up an area on the map that's there that will report any roadworks due in the next couple of weeks to you on a daily or weekly basis by way of email. I'm very happy, actually, everybody, if you'd like me to run you through how to do it, I'll sort that for you so that I can show you how to do it. It's really helpful. It's really useful. I am really sorry. This is not an excuse. It is an explanation. Our problem often is that the utility companies use the excuse of an emergency. They put works in place, and they then only have they have 3 working hours in which to tell us. So very often, we find out after the event of them putting their roadworks and their traffic management on a road, and I'm sorry for the disruption that causes, but statutorily we can't do much about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nick Adams. Question 6 is from Councillor Pratt-Baines, who is not here this morning. Right, would you like to please stand and put your question?
Thank you,
I
Madam
believe
Chair.
on this occasion, Councillor Nick Adams can remain seated for a few moments.
I believe actually this is going to Nick. It was marked wrong, but apologies. The village and residents of Hamble have been waiting for a decision on their CEMEX planning application for over 2 years. Delaying this decision any further is unacceptable for the local community. Can the executive member confirm when this will come to regulatory committee? The reason I am asking this is because Prad and I have been working on this together for the last few months too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Oppenheimer.
Sorry, it's me.
Again, is it? Oh, I beg your pardon,
really
right?
I think it's the term regulatory in Councillor Oppenheimer's title confused everybody, but it actually, this one comes under me too. Sorry. So I know that the residents of Hamble have been waiting a long time for the application to reach committee, and I can assure both Councillor Baines and yourself that officers are working hard to achieve this. The application is a complex one, with additional information being necessary on many aspects that in turn and has required. Sorry, let me start again. The application is a complex one, with additional information being necessary on many aspects. That has required further consultation to ensure that all stakeholders can respond. The application has understandably attracted a significant amount of interest from residents, which has led to a large volume of representations, all of which have to be reviewed, redacted and published. These representations, alongside all the information submitted by the applicant and statutory consultees, need to be considered and reflected in the report. We are unable to confirm a regulatory committee date at this time, but the intention is for it to be very soon. In line with our statement of community involvement, all those who have been made representations will be given notice of the meeting date, and the report will be published 7 days prior to the committee meeting. If I might say, the team on this have done a fantastic job. The amount of interest in it, I completely understand, has been enormous, and they have responded to absolutely every representation and request and freedom of information request that's been sent in. And in fact, that volume has been one of the reasons why it's not reached the point where I think we all want to be, where it's in regulatory committee and it can be decided and there can be finally some decision around what happens with this particular application at that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Adams-King. I was just trying to give you a little rest for a few moments. Councillor Craig, do you wish to ask a supplementary?
Yes, please. I totally understand what's being said about the staff and the amount of work, because it has been a huge blip in the area. But if this had been any other application, it would have been refused under delegated powers for the lack of information. Is it not about time this was done the same? I know it's a complex case, but it's over 2 years, and most applications that had waited half this time would have been refused under delegated powers. Thank you.
Councillor Adams-King, do you wish to respond?
Councillor Craig, what I'll do, clearly that's not the kind of question that I'd like to answer off the top of my head, so I will ensure that we write to you and to Councillor Baines to give you the answer to that question, if I may.
Members, if we're fairly swift, we've just got enough time to get question number 7 in, which is from Councillor Hare. Councillor Hare, would you like to put your question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is to Councillor Nick Adams-King, Executive Lead Member for Universal Services. Residents are fed up of commercial construction vehicles and cars parked on pavements in residential streets, causing safety concerns for pedestrians, mobility scooters and pushchair access. Will Hampshire County Council work with the police to ban pavement parking in Hampshire?
Councillor Adams-King.
I'll be really quick so we can get in question 8 as well. We'd love to. Only London authorities can do that at the minute. The government have been considering proposals for some time to enable us to ban pavement parking. We have no powers to do so at the moment. I wish that we did, but I'm really sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Hare, do you wish to ask a supplementary?
I do, thank you, Madam Chairman. How often do the Hampshire traffic enforcement officers visit residential streets? for inconsiderate parking, sorry.
Councillor Adams-King.
Entirely dependent upon whether there are restrictions in place. If you'd like to give me some streets, I'll tell you how often they're visited. And drop me an email. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. At that point, I'm going to call a halt to members' questions for today. We've taken all the first questions that were submitted. That's 7 questions. There are still a further 2 questions, both of which I see are addressed to Councillor Adams-King. Very busy day for him, but responses to those questions will be written responses and circulated to all members. So you will all hear or read the response to that. Right. Now we go on to part 1 of the agenda, which is matters for decision. The first item on that is item number 8, and I am going to invite the leader to introduce that agenda item.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. The Cabinet is recommending a change to the Council's standing orders to enable the Chairman of full Council, the Chairman of other committees and panels to agree reasonable adjustments to standing orders to facilitate the participation of members and others with disabilities in the Council business. The Cabinet has also considered an update to the protocol for member-officer relations. Development of the protocol is being reviewed and will come to the Council at a later date. So consequently, I am moving recommendation A only, and I think that was previously made, Chair. So not B, that was previously on there. So just to be clear, only recommendation only, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Members, questions, please. This question. Would you like to put your question, please?
Thank you very much. My question is whether or not the Cabinet would be prepared to consider a further review of the standing orders, because whilst this is a really good and positive move to be able to do this, there's quite a lot of things in the standing orders that actually could be capable of preventing access, particularly for disabled people, or for making their differences more significantly aware. For example, the need to stand, either to ask questions or to make points or so on. And I'd just like to know if the Cabinet would be prepared to consider a review of all the standing orders in relation to disability and access, and indeed things like venues as well, so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Leader?
Madam Chairman, I think clearly in terms of the Part B bit, I know that's slightly separate, but I will be discussing with officers how we do that. I think this probably does cover it, gives the Chairman absolute discretion, but it's certainly something I would take back, have a discussion with the officers, and if we think there is a further need to do so, clearly we can. But I think this discretion does probably allow for that. But I'm happy to have a further conversation. As I say, we'll speak to officers. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Are there any further questions? Is there any debate? In that case, members, can I please draw your attention to the recommendation, which is on page 19, I think. Yes, page 19, bearing in mind it is recommendation A only, that the proposed changes to standing orders set out in Appendix 2 of the Cabinet report are approved. Are you agreed? Agreed. Thank you, members. Item 9 of our agenda are the appointments, and again, I'm going to invite the leader to present the report.
Madam Chairman, thank you again. The report proposes a number of appointments, and I move the recommendations, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Are there any questions? Any? Oh, yeah, sorry. Councillor House.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Just a question, unless I've missed it, recommendation J refers to a couple of Conservative members standing down from appointments, but without their replacement being named. And I just wondered whether there was a replacement or whether the Conservative group has been magnanimous and accepted to reduce its membership on those bodies.
Thank you very much. Leader, do you wish to say anything?
Okay, Madam Chair, I think those positions will be carried forward as vacancies for the time being, as you said.
Yes, Councillor House, that was also my understanding as well, but thank you for drawing it to our attention. Are there any more questions? Debate? In that case, can I draw your attention to the recommendations which are on page 91? Are you content with the recommendations? Thank you. Thank you. Now, item 10 on the agenda, which is the one I'm sure you've all been waiting for. The revenue and budget and precept and capital programme accounts, and I am going to invite the leader to present that report.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. And my notes start off by saying good morning or good afternoon. I'm very pleased to announce that we're doing very well, and it's still just about morning. So, Madam Chairman, I'm sure, like me, you will have a sense of déjà vu today, as we find ourselves on budget setting day in a very similar position to the last few years. However, you will at least be pleased to hear this is a different speech to the one I gave last year. I thought I might get more of a response from that, but we're doing okay. But that's okay. Well, we'll try again. A different speech to the one I gave last year. Hey, well done. Good start. Thank you. Can I start by thanking, first of all, those Hampshire MPs, along with many others from county councils, that lobbied the government during January to provide much-needed additional funding to local government. The extra £10 million that it has secured for Hampshire is very welcome and will allow for a small amount of additional wriggle room. However, you will not be surprised to hear me say that this is simply not enough to sort the ever-increasing costs faced by local authorities. As an administration, we have been very open about our forward financial position, to the point that it often attracts sometimes unwanted media attention. But I don't apologise for that. It is important that we plan ahead in a transparent way. Thank you, Councillor House. It is important that we plan ahead in a transparent way and continue to demonstrate our forward-thinking approach, which has underlined our excellent financial management for this authority for many years. I want to thank Rob Carr and his team for the huge work they've put in this year, as they do every year, in pulling this budget together. There are inevitably lots of big numbers, lots of pressures to consider, and the outlook is rarely favourable. But I just wanted to take a step back and try to illustrate the sheer enormity of the position that we face. If I compare the budget of 2011-2012 to that of 2024-25, there are some really stark comparisons. The net budget, along with the level of council tax, has gone up by 50% in that time. However, the adult social care budget has doubled over that time, doubled. School transport costs are 2.5 times what they were 13 years ago. I mean, that's an increase of over 260%, just in that relatively short timescale. Children's social care is over 3.5 times more than we spent, more. We spent just over 70 million on looking after vulnerable children in 2011-12. And next year, it is over £250 million, an increase of 360%. These three services alone accounted for 57% of the net budget in 2011-2012. Now they represent 87%. That is truly a stunning statistic, but it starts to put everything in context, doesn't it? Bearing in mind, these figures are after creating efficiencies and taking out significant savings across all of these services in the last 13 years. The next fact is the one that I find most astonishing. So again, looking back to 2011-12, we used to provide an allowance for £10 million for adult social care growth on top of around £15 million inflation that we gave to services. For next year, we have to provide £81 million of growth and £71 million for the prices that we have to pay as we are subject to market forces. So that's an additional £152 million in total, and that simply cannot go on. As leader of the County Council, I get asked lots of questions, and some of them are even repeatable on occasions. So I'd just like to take a moment to reflect on some of these, if I may. So these are the questions that we regularly get asked. I nearly said, so Rob, Rob, why don't you do more to make the council more efficient? So since 2010, we've been making savings across this council. Wherever possible, this has been transforming services, and as you know, we have 4 separate transformation programmes over 8 years, which contributed significantly to balancing our budgets. In adult services, we have implemented the strength-based approach, seeking other ways for people to secure the help they need and concentrating on re-enablement to ensure people can look after themselves longer without the need for our services. Our technology-enabled care services is one of the first in the country, helping to meet the needs of 10,000 clients each year. All these figures are enormous. In children's services, we are still transforming our social care function, concentrating on early help to give support to families that need it, and reuniting children with their families rather than keeping them in long-term care settings. This approach has meant that we have managed to keep the number of children in care stable for at least the last 4 years, something which very few other councils in the country has achieved. We have big contracts in waste and highways and are constantly working with Veolia and Milestones on ways to improve efficiency so that both the council and the provider gain some benefit from the changes. Only last year, we changed the approach to pothole repairs to give Milestones more flexibility in fixing potholes in a locality, which has come up many times on our emails and in the chamber here before. Our back office functions constantly look to technology to make them more efficient, automating systems and processes and introducing chatbots to answer some of the more routine queries that they receive. The IT service is currently looking at an artificial intelligence AI program that can identify a problem with a device and fix itself with no human intervention required. This is just a small sample of the sorts of things we have been doing, and I'm sure we'll have a clear and positive story to tell when we complete our productivity plan later in the year. So, Rob, why don't you lobby the government for more funding? As you will be aware, in November 2022, we wrote a joint letter with Kent on the difficult financial position we both face. And it even surprised me to think, that was November 2022. We've been doing this for a while, despite the fact that both authorities were well run and well respected for the services that they deliver. We believe that this letter influenced the improved settlement we received in 23-24. Since then, I've stepped up lobbying activity, concentrating specifically on the sustainability of our budgets going forward, in the face of high inflation and high demand for our services, and the limited number of ways we have of balancing the position due to the restrictions and expectations imposed on us by government. Over the last 15 months, I and the Deputy Leader have written 10 separate letters to government, including Local Government Minister, Secretary of State, the Chancellor and the Prime Minister. Some of these have been on local government finance generally, others have highlighted the specific pressures we face in areas such as school transport and adult social care. In addition to the regular meetings I have with MPs, I've had 5 further meetings with them to discuss financial matters and to seek their support in resolving them. We met with the former local government minister, Lee Rowley, last year and provided data for him to use in negotiations he held with the Treasury. And I've invited the current local government minister, Simon Hoare, to meet with us in Hampshire. And I'm pleased to say that we are liaising with his office to identify a convenient date for the minister's visit to take place soon. And as always, members, when we have that meeting, I, of course, will report back to all members, either through the chamber or other means, on the outcome of those meetings. We have taken part in 10 separate TV and radio interviews highlighting the reasons for the difficult financial position we face. We have issued over 20 press releases and stakeholders' newsletters. Legislative change, we have highlighted key areas where that change would enable local decision-making to help us improve our financial situation. And this has been highlighted both as a local authority and through the CCM, the County Council's network. So I think it's safe to say we have done more in the last year or so to seek solutions to problems that we face, and our efforts to ask MPs to support the letter from all party parliamentary group for counties was successful in securing a badly needed, the additional £600 million for the sector, which I said in my earlier notes that equated to £10 million for us. And at this point, I want to say you will have all noticed that an amendment has been proposed to the paper, a recommendation owed, adding it to that. I'd like to say I'm very happy to support that recommendation because it says exactly everything as I've just read out and we have been doing. So all it's doing really is just confirming all that work we've done over the last 18 months, like 2 years, I would say. So I would be happy to support that. So we will now turn our attention to the next spending review and to seek fundamental change to the way in which local government is funded. Another question. So, Rob, why don't you sell off assets to raise money? Well, when I saw that, I thought, well, I wish I'd thought of that one, well, clearly. So if we ignore the fact that receipts from the sale of capital assets can't be used to support revenue spending, this is already something that we do on a routine basis. Some members may recall that many years ago we had a programme called Work Styles that consolidated the number of administrative buildings that the council owns. Our strategic asset management plan sets out how we will manage our assets, reduce these wherever possible, and since returning back to the offices after COVID, we have been reviewing again our need for office space across the county. We've already leased one building to a partner organisation and have sold Capital House as it was surplus to requirements. Many other county authorities have taken the bold step to sell their headquarters buildings. We have taken a different approach, and instead of looking to consolidate staff into this building, different approach, and instead are looking to consolidate staff into this building to make the best use of it and sell off other assets that are released as a result. The Chief Executive is working with the corporate management team to ensure we maximise the utilisation of the space that we have available. And I will just say at that point, that is a huge programme to do. So we're looking at the entire estate. And clearly we were doing this previously. I think it's fair to say that from the point of view of COVID and coming back, the world has changed, work patterns have changed. So we could argue we look at it also as an opportunity to accelerate that and look at the way we work and provide that space we need to continue to deliver all those excellent services. Another question. So, Rob, why don't you raise more income? As an upper tier authority, we have, I think, slightly less ability to raise income than some other councils. But this has been an area we've looked at as part of previous savings programmes, and we will continue to do so to look for further opportunities. It is important to note that whilst generating more income may be preferable to service reductions, it does also create risk in the budget as we become reliant on that and maintaining that level of income in every subsequent year. And I think that's a really important point, which is why we have to look carefully about how we do that. So you might get it one year and not the next, and then you're in a situation which is not helpful when you're trying to go forward on a 2-year budget plan. Despite these risks, in the current financial year, we expect to generate over £200 million in sales, fees, charges, and rents across our services. This is around £50 million more than 10 years ago and highlights the commercial approach that has adopted, and that is quite a significant achievement over that period of time. Our investment income has grown over the last few years due to the interest rate changes as well, so generating over £20 million by putting our reserves to good work through a range of sensible investments. So we have our reserves there for specific purposes. They're invested, and it's generating an additional £20 million of income. Whilst the County Council, the interest we earn is small compared to the overall size of our budget, it is easy to forget the scale at which we work, given that £20 million is significantly bigger than most district council net budgets across Hampshire. So, Rob, why don't you use reserves instead of cutting budgets? Something I think we've heard in this chamber quite a few times. Our reserve strategy is clear, that using reserves to plug a recurring budget gap makes no sense at all. Instead, we use reserves sensibly to balance the budget while we continue to find ways of making permanent reductions to our spend or increase the income we earn. The strategy has served us well, along with the early delivering of savings that has helped to boost our reserves for use in future years. These reserves haven't happened by accident, and by taking difficult and early decisions has meant we're in a much better position than many other authorities. And I stress that, taking those early decisions and difficult decisions, we are in a much, much better position than many other authorities. But now we are reaching a tipping point. In 2022-23, we used £38 million to balance the budget. For the current year, this has risen to £51 million. And you will see in the budget papers that for the next year, we must draw over £74 million to balance the bottom line. So there, it is very easy to spot the trend, and it's not a trend clearly I like to see or any of us like to see. That is why I will continue to lobby the government and our MPs to highlight the near impossible tasks we have going forward. And that relates back to the amendment. Before I finish, I just want to reflect on some of our language. We talk all the time about cost pressures and growth pressures and the problem that this creates for us. But I think it's worth remembering that at an individual level, these growth pressures translate into another vulnerable person that needs our help. We talk about it in the chamber, we understand that, but what does it mean on the ground to those individuals? Whether that is a child with special educational needs, being transported to a school that is able to give them the best start in life, an older person requiring domiciliary care to continue to live as independent a life as possible, or a vulnerable child that must be taken into care to protect them from harm. These are the things that the County Council exists for, and I'm proud that we prioritise the funding to these services to protect the most vulnerable in our society, and we continue to do so. And I'd just like to remind all members, when we discuss this in a minute in questions and debate, who we're doing it for and what it means for those people that we provide those services for. And remember, the language that we use isn't what may necessarily understand, but make it very personal to the people that we represent. So, members, turning back to the budget and council tax for next year, we have once again managed to navigate our way through the difficult tasks we faced. And whilst I would prefer not to put more pressure on already stretched household budgets, as a council, we have no choice but to put council tax up by the maximum we are able. To do so would not be taking our responsibility seriously and would only serve to make our financial position worse. I commend the budget to you. Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Members, I have to point out at this moment in time, I'm inviting questions only at this point, not debate. So are there any questions for the Leader? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you. I'm assuming this is questions on the budget, so tell me to sit down if it's not. Recommendation M, I have a question on in relation to recommendation M, if that's okay. It's on page 97. The recommendation states that the Council Constitution and Policy Framework should be reviewed and updated in due course where necessary to ensure it aligns with the principles of legal minimum service provision. Forgive me if I've missed this. I couldn't find anywhere in the papers the reason or the justification for that. And I was also confused as to what that actually means. Are we changing our constitution so that we only ever deliver minimum services? And I'd appreciate an explanation. I don't know if that's for the Leader or if it's a technical question. Thank you.
Thank you for that, because I think that might be a technical question, but I'll say it's something in there for the legal reasons, how we go through that process. But I'm very happy either for Rob Carr, are you happy to answer that on a technical question? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So this isn't specifically referenced in this report, but in the December report that we took to Cabinet, we did talk about starting a legal minimum service level exercise. So the fact that we still have a £42 million gap in the budget by 25-26, the next phase effectively is to look at where we can make further savings by looking to take services to effectively the legal minimum level. All this recommendation reflects is that when we've been through that process, clearly some of that may be at odds to our current policy and constitution. So we would need to review that in the light of that exercise.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to sort of clarify then that these changes couldn't then later on, should the position improve, be used to prevent us from adding services that would be more than the legal minimum, because the way it is written at the moment, that it might have that potential. So if it's not that, then I'd like that to be clearly minuted if possible.
Leader?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, I think it's something, can I take that back with the officers? I think you raise a point and we'll get that clarified and we will come back to you just to make that very clear, if that's okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dowden?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Listening, there is a question here. Obviously, you have tried your best to get more funding from the government. That's quite obvious for the time that you've been speaking to this council. May I ask you to consider, perhaps you would like to invite me to go, for me to go with you next time to see the Deputy Prime Minister, of course, because he's obviously a relation of mine.
Thank you. Leader?
I think that's something clearly that I will consider and maybe consult on, but thank you very much for the offer.
Are there any more questions? Right, now I'd like to invite the Leader of the Liberal Democrat Group, Councillor Keith House, to respond to the proposals.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Despite the moment of brief levity from Councillor Alan Dowden, there was clearly this afternoon, a degree of a sombre sense across the council chamber, and I think that is absolutely right and to be expected. And déjà vu, as Rob has said, is probably the fastest way of summing that up. And I will be, not least because my voice isn't performing very well this morning, I've got a very, very sore, dodgy throat, great shame I hear around the chamber. I will be, like the Leader, brief. Because that's appropriate because of the somberness of the occasion and the fact that we have heard so much of this before. And again, like the Leader, I wrote a different speech today, so it's not the same as as last time, you'll be delighted to know. And I would thank Rob for outlining again this morning, as it was, just how stark the financial position is. It does bear repetition, and I'll come back to that in a moment. It is bleak, and it has never been bleaker, and I don't think any of us ever expected it to be this bleak. The problem is that Rob outlines the problem, but not the solution. And we know the only solution is to replace the MPs that keep voting for this poverty in public services across our country, not just in local government, but across public services as a whole, and I'll return to that inevitably too. So I too would like to thank, of course, all the staff team who have the otherwise thankless task of being forced to manage the decline of this council, not the roles they expected to get into when they were recruited or started their careers here, all due to the continued underfunding of local government by Rishi Sunak and his Conservative MPs. Long-standing financial prudence has had to be discarded again to balance the budget and to set a legal budget. And we are, of course, not alone. Almost every county council is in the same position as Hampshire, either 1, 2, or 3 years away from going bankrupt. Almost every other unitary authority, every other upper tier authority, is in the same or perhaps sometimes a marginally better position because they're able to raid and close down what here would be considered district council services in a way that Hampshire residents are protected from. So I just be aware of those siren voices, not a few years ago in this council chamber, not from the current leadership, that called the unitarisation of Hampshire. All that will be happening now was we will be raiding and closing down district services to balance the budget too. And that's not necessary. But I appreciate the nods around the chamber on that one. So even after George Osborne's extended and unnecessary years of austerity continued years beyond the 2009 financial crisis, if we think ourselves back just 8 years, before the Brexit referendum, before the pandemic, before the disaster of Trussonomics, I doubt anyone here today would have predicted the perilous state we now find ourselves in. The headline numbers are stark, they are bleak, and they bear repetition again in a slightly different way from that presented by Rob. Because even after removing £772 million of annual spend from local services and taking £50 million from reserves this year and another £70 million from reserves this coming year, for the second year running, we have the largest ever increase in county council tax at £72.99 and a recurring unfunded budget deficit of nearly £42 million with reserves that cannot sustain the drawdown next year. And of course we have to put council tax up to the maximum we're allowed to. Of course we do, because we must try to protect what's left of our discretionary and our statutory services. That series of figures would have been unimaginable a decade ago, when across the county council chamber, we took the prudent view, and we collectively took the view, that you should not and must not spend reserves on significant recurring expenditure. But now, of course, we're doing just that. But pretty much also embarking on, not quite the words Rob used, but a fire sale of assets to try to balance the 2025 budget. And you can't sell the family silver twice. You really can't. And the financial disaster is not entirely the current Conservative County Council administration's fault. But it could have been a fair bit different. If council tax had not been frozen due to the soothsaying words and promises of Eric Pickles, we could have income nearly £100 million higher each year. If we'd used modest reserves in the past to invest in better IT and the works that we're now being told about that are happening now, we could have better protected earlier services with reduced staff costs. If we'd taken advantage of financial freedoms such as investment in solar PV and district heating schemes, we could have reduced our impact on climate change and also increased long-term income. If we'd delivered many down and other sites around the county, including Hedge End for housing, rather than sit on undeveloped land, as we have done now for more than 25 years, we could have created new homes for Hampshire residents and new communities and substantially increased council tax income too. But this council did none of those things and now sits on the edge of a steeper financial precipice. Now, I don't doubt, Rob, that you've tried hard to square the circle. We know you have. If I may say so without causing you difficulty, you're a decent man. We know that. We know that. But all that lobbying we hear so much about, and all these letters to the churning voices, the churning number of secretaries of states and local government ministers in the revolving circuit of resigning Tory cabinet ministers and resigning Tory ministers as a whole, what has it resulted in? No new ongoing cash, and a paltry one-off £10 million grant added into the financial settlement that doesn't even buy 3 months extra survival for this council. Think of it that way. Let's look forward to the budget debate next year, if nothing else were to change. And no doubt another small portion of grant, but not a lot, to try to balance the book and make it look good. A report that would say that our genuinely usable reserves have been exhausted, but we can just get by with another large set of service reductions, removing more libraries, more HWRCs, closing more arts facilities, ending all councillor and other community grants, and using every last drop of reserves to set a legally balanced budget. That's the message in our budget report here today, with a more sustained attempt to do the legal minimum of service provision. And let's look at what that legal minimum of service provision means. It means that there's little point in local government, because what we would have is Whitehall decisions determining exactly what our service level should be on our statutory services, removing all that local discretion that in the past has meant we've been able to respond to the needs of Hampshire residents. All that will be left for us will be a little nudging influence on public health and indirectly perhaps on policing and community safety and taking planning decisions. That is not local government. That is not local government. And that's also why this is not a genuine budget debate about local choices. It's why the debate is so short today. Why your speech, Rob, was so short, why mine is too. When I was first elected here, 20 plus years ago, a budget debate would take all day. Don't think it was any better for that, but it would take all day. But there was furious and passionate debate about different priorities from each of the political groups, well argued and with real energy on all sides, putting forward proposals to spend £20 million, £10 million less on this, £10 million, £20 million more on that, so that we could genuinely be held to account by local residents. There would be a mini debate on the capital programme, adding things in, taking things out, moving things around, school repairs, road repairs, new theatres, new country parks. The list would go on. That's what local government was all about. It's what local government should be all about. And yet it's not. It's about managing decline. It's not now seriously about local choices. So we do need to be clear. The real responsibility for the decline of county councils and local public services in the round rests squarely with Rishi Sunak and his Conservative MPs from Hampshire and beyond. They have tin ears on public services, other than where they can award profitable contracts to Tory donors, who they then appoint to the House of Lords. The mantra of Liz Truss's popular conservatism and the threat of votes drifting off to Reform, to Labour in the red wall and the Liberal Democrats in the blue wall, is all that drives this government forward from chaos to chaos. So is there hope? Is there hope? Well, there must be an election before we set the next budget. We must lay responsibility for the destruction of local government where the blame rests, and that is with our Conservative MPs. We know there's no hope from Sunak's Conservatives. I despair that anyone in this chamber, regardless of their politics, wants this shambolic tin-eared government re-elected. Frankly, there's not much hope from a cautious and risk-averse Starmer government. This is no 1997. It may not be. Things can only get better. But they can hardly get worse. Let us all hope that this is the final budget during a Conservative government, and almost the last of this administration too, that has still failed to deliver hope and simply delivers despair. Things do need to get better. We need to deliver hope. Within 15 months, we will have had a general and a county election. There lies the hope that Hampshire needs.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor House. Now I'd like to call upon the leader of the Labour group, Councillor Alex Crawford, to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'd like to thank both the Leader of the Council and Councillor House for their different speeches this year. I'll see, I've got a very short speech, but I'm sure none of us want to be here today discussing the gloomy outlook for the county's budget over the next 3 years. None of us want to be doing that, as Councillor House has just said. But I would start with thanking the staff involved in what I see as the painful task of paring back spending on the council's services to the legal minimum. Whatever that means, I'm not clear what it means, and I think it would be good for all of us to have an explanation exactly what paring back to the legal minimum means, service by service. As I see it, cuts can adversely affect the support that many thousands of Hampshire's residents rely upon day in, day out. And as a result, staff can sometimes be the target of abuse for having to implement cuts to these services that hit people hard. We all have to be aware of that. In these difficult times, we want to support the efforts of the Leader of the Council to communicate the urgency of the need for reform of the funding system for local government. And I must say that the Deputy Chief Executive and the Director of Corporate Operations report identified very many of those urgent needs, and thank him for that. That's why I'm proposing the amendment to recommendation of item 10, which you all have on Modern Gov. It's proposing the insertion of what I say is little o after little n. In it, I refer to the report of it's the Financial Stress in Local Authorities report that the House of Commons Levelling Up Housing and Communities Committee published only this month. Very timely, or perhaps just a bit too late. They could have published it 3 months earlier and had perhaps a bit more influence on the forthcoming year's settlement. But they warn the government of the need for urgent action now, ramping up the sense of urgency that they communicated in previous reports on the same subject. So it's been covered time after time by the House of Commons Committee. As the government prepares to introduce the spring budget on the 6th of March, we should approve of the Leader of the Council writing to the Prime Minister, the man who was in charge of the Treasury when all of these programmes started to be pushed through to cut back local government more and more. Now, he can, if you say, have a word with the current Chancellor of the Exchequer and make sure that next year local government gets the funding that it needs. That would require the support of all the recommendations made by the House of Commons Committee in their conclusions and recommendations. In conclusion, I would say the government must include additional funding in future local government finance settlements to ensure that local authorities, including this council, can bridge their future funding gap, which the committee estimated to be £4 billion. On the 24th of January, the government gave what I saw was a measly £600 million towards that £4 billion. And Hampshire's share, £10 million. Nowhere near enough. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Crawford. Members do have a copy of the recommendation which you wish to have added to the report. But do you have a seconder for that, please? Right. Councillor Taylor, do you wish now to speak now, or do you wish
I'll
to
reserve, Madam Chair.
reserve your right to speak? Very much. I'd now like to invite the leader of the independent group, Councillor Tree, to respond to the proposals. And again, you have a maximum of 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me now? Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Do I get to speak for longer as the others spoke for less? Or? I'll try and keep it to 10. I'll give it a go. So thank you very much, Madam Chairman. On behalf of the independent group, I would like to also begin by thanking the officers tasked with putting this budget together. We appreciate how difficult this has been to achieve in the current climate, and as always, we thank Carolyn as Chief Executive and Rob as Chief Financial Officer and their teams. Our officers do some seriously important work, including children's services and adult social care. We are an independent group of 3 individuals, not a political party. Councillor Parker-Jones and Councillor Pankhurst are independents, and I'm leader of the local Whitehall and Borden Community Party that stands for elections in my division. Similar to what the leader said earlier, when putting together this speech, I looked back at what our group said in 2023. Then I looked back at what we said in 2022. And in all honesty, I had 2 ready-made speeches, as either one was still fit for purpose today, unchanged, because nothing substantial has changed since I was elected. The theme at Hampshire County Council is still having to find savings and cuts, reduce services and charge more council tax. One of the most disappointing things about being a county council that Councillor House mentioned earlier was the lack of political choice we have regarding finances, because there aren't any political choices to be made. And I guess my greatest frustration as an independent councillor is not being able to hear robust debate between the Conservatives, the Lib Dems, Labour, fierce debate, good points being made on all sides about how the money could be spent. That is what I hope to get elected into and contribute towards. When my fellow residents in Whitehall, Borden and Linford think of Hampshire County Council, they used to think mainly about potholes. Now the very real threat of the closure of Borden Household Waste Recycling Centre has added a further negative perception, sadly. Total mixed messaging about recycling and responsible disposal led one perplexed resident genuinely to recently ask me, how can we be asked to pay more for council tax if they're even contemplating closing our tip at a time when we're talking about taking so much more housing and those in power said they were regenerating our town? It's a good point. The story is echoed across Councillor Parker-Jones' ward of Bishopstoke and Fair Oak, which, having lost its Hampshire County Council library, now faces losing its household waste and recycling centre too, and the promised road improvements there have not yet materialised. I'm sure many residents across Hampshire in all our divisions cannot get their head around the political choices here. Either ordinarily you would have increased council tax and increased services, or decreased council tax and decreased services, and there'd be an argument for both. In fact, we're increasing council tax by the maximum allowed without a referendum, 4.99%, along with a draconian cull. The consultation is bleak. The overall Hampshire County Council choices are to cut vital services like children's services and adult social care, or cut highly desirable services such as household waste recycling centres, which many would claim are vital. I was elected in 2021, as I said, and I've been asked by residents if Hampshire County Council should have gradually increased council tax over a longer period of time, and whether this would mean that the 132 million shortfall was smaller today and services could be saved and protected. It's a good question, and one the Conservative administration will have to defend, especially if our most vulnerable residents are hit the hardest. However, there has been some good news since last year, which has a direct impact on Hampshire County Council finances and services provided. Firstly, the roads funding from central government, the 132 million, coincidentally the same figure, is correct, over an 11-year period, just over 4 million this financial year and next, will be welcomed by residents, but it is ring-fenced and so cannot give a general boost. Secondly, the announcement extra funding from central government and having an extra 10 million that can go into this final proposed budget is positive, but it barely scrapes the surface of what is needed, and there is no confirmation of any ongoing funding. So it's not a solution. Thirdly, we are a council with strong reserves, and I hear what the leader said earlier about using them wisely and gradually to plug holes in the budget. However, they don't last forever and can only be used once in any case, and I cannot help but think we're now being punished for this as we're expected to use them when the whole point was that they were saved up for hopefully better purpose than just simply plugging budget shortfalls. I'm sorry to say to those on this side that the Conservative government is still failing us despite the lobbying the leader has been doing to the MPs in his own party. Central government inaction and procrastination on this issue is harming local government. However, speaking from an independent platform, I've yet to see the National Labour Party's proposals as to how they would fix our funding gap if elected, or any plan from the National Liberal Democrats on this matter. So I would say our national politicians on all sides need to put forward plans to deal with this head on and explain what they would do if they're elected into power at the next general election. And we can only hope that whoever wins that election will finally stop kicking it down the road and finally resolve this, not just for Hampshire County Council, but for councils up and down the country. What I do not believe anyone here has raised is the flawed council tax banding system based on 1991 valuations. If we are to increase council tax and hit those with the lowest incomes hardest, should the government not be ambitious and reform the system that creates new bandings at the higher end? After all, isn't the reason council tax replaced the poll tax in the first place was to create greater fairness? Fairness that is eroding over time. Perhaps then council tax increases would be easier to stomach if more accurately reflected the ability and wealth to pay. However, what I do appreciate that the value of one's house does not always reflect disposable income, and the current system is based on banding, so why not review it? Or alternatively, have a better system of government support which would be based more on income tax and not property value, i.e. linked to ability to pay in terms of the income. Perhaps the leader will be willing to consider and refine such suggestions and write to central government. We as individuals will be making our own choices as to how we vote, being open-minded to hear what is said in the debate today. Both myself and Councillor Parker-Jones made pre-election pledges in 2021 to all our residents not to support a budget that would adversely affect residents in our divisions. So we have to be mindful of that. And Councillor Pankhurst has lobbied executive members here and MPs to highlight concerns. Although I appreciate the responsibility that the council has to agree a budget, the political reality is that my vote will not be the casting vote. And as has been my position since the election, I will personally not vote against the only option on the table in a system that our hard-working officers have had to create a budget in, but nor can I support it. I cannot give my vindication to having to create a budget full of cuts, no matter how much hard work has gone into it from the officers and our administration. It's just not okay. We will not be putting forward an alternative budget or any amendment today because we believe the whole system has been stripped back so far. There are no changes that could be made with the funding available that could rectify, even in the smallest of ways, the situation we find ourselves in. And we will not put forward amendments for gimmick purposes only. We will reaffirm our desire to work proactively with the administration, opposition councillors of all sides, and offer to strive to make Hampshire County Council successful for our residents. As I have said before, I have found there to be many decent people here on all sides of the room. My only final comment is we've heard the Labour amendment. Obviously, we'll make our decision on that and interested to hear what the leader says about it. One comment we would make, of course, is that anything that is agreed and anything that the leader does write to the government about needs to make sure that if there's a change of government, that's resent to the new government. And if there is a new government, I'd very much look forward to this time next year hearing what the outcome of that would be as well. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tree. Right, now, members, we now go into general debate. And just to remind you that you may speak only once and for a maximum of 4 minutes. So, who wishes? Councillor Drew. Councillor Drew, would you like to speak firstly?
Yes, love to. Thank you very much. And I will say this only once, because that's all I'm allowed to. This debate is about choices. And I listened to what Councillor Tree said, who was saying that's what he came here to do, to debate and discuss choices. And I think that's what we all want to do. But I was listening to Councillor House, who said, well, if only we'd put the council tax up all those years ago, we'd have 100 million more to spend now. I mean, I don't recall him or his Liberal Democrat colleagues saying that they wanted to put the council tax up then, because he doesn't like the idea of it going up now. So there's another hard choice that it falls to us to have to make. But we are able to make them. We're still able to make choices, and we still have a responsibility and an ability to make those choices based on the evidence that we have before us. And I don't think that the choice we'll be making today is about the destruction of local government. Local government is what it is. We only exist because central government allow us to, in effect. And consequently, we have to make a decision today about the budget that's being proposed. But if we were to just abandon everything and not take difficult decisions, the commissioners will come in, and then it will be a spreadsheet cut, a spreadsheet change. And I know that, again, Councillor Tree mentioned the household waste recycling centres. They just go. There would be no debate. We wouldn't have the ability to have the discussion here. And that's really important. And I think Councillor Crawford was also talking about what is the legal minimum. I mean, I think I remember at a Children and Young Persons Select Committee saying to the officers, well, if we just go to the legal minimum, whatever that is, which I don't want to do, what chance do we have to do anything? What changes can we deliver? To which I think the answer was, well, you'll be able to scrutinise the bare minimum. Well, I think we all got elected to do perhaps a little bit more than just merely scrutinise the bare minimum. But I think we have to take into account, thinking of the government, who knows what the result will be at a general election that's likely to be this year. But there isn't much cash around at all. COVID cost this country billions. Quite right, supporting individuals and businesses to continue, so we're at least surviving. I think the other big issue that we've got is the war in Ukraine. It's almost certain that we're going to have to increase our military spending. That's going to take money away from central government as well. Factoid, Madam Chairman, in 1938, this country spent 3% of its GDP on defence. In 1939, 18%.
You have 1 minute left.
And I'm nearly finished, but I will be saying this bit only once as well. 1940, 45% of our GDP was spent on defence. That is why we have to spend a bit more now, which is going to put even greater pressure on us here in this council. So I should be supporting the budget as it is. I'm likely to support the amendment that's put by Councillor Crawford. I'm not sure it adds a huge amount, but I'm not against the points that are made. So that's it. I think with 30 seconds to go, that's enough from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor... No.
We're debating them together.
Oh, right. No, the short answer to your question is no, we debate them together. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In all the years I've sat here during budget debates, not very much has changed, has it? I've often referred to it as Groundhog Day. I think we start with a vote of thanks for the leader for his efforts in trying to lobby for a better settlement from Hampshire MPs and government generally. But I think that he would accept he should be judged by results rather than his efforts. Chairman, we don't operate in isolation. And I think I would cite 3 reasons why we're here in this crisis. The first one is austerity. Austerity was a political choice that was taken on by the Conservative Party, and the result of austerity was that we lost a great many of our powers. You will remember that we ended the Sure Start centres. You will recall that we had to stop subsidising many of the bus services around Hampshire. We cut back on highway maintenance. All of these things are beginning to be a bit like pigeons coming home to roost now. We had a Conservative Brexit, which has been an absolute disaster for the economy. It is costing us now, and it will cost us even more in the future. It did work in one way. It returned the Conservatives to power, which of course many of the people in the chamber can be pleased about, but it was a disaster for the country. And then we had the Liz Truss government. I think we are still paying the price for the crashing of the economy during that period. At the general election, I will be voting for reform. Not the political party reform, but the Liberal Democrats, who are truly the party of reform. We are the ones that believe in local government. We believe in localism. We believe in the power of local politicians to decide these things.
Councillor Harrison, whilst some of your comments are quite amusing, must I please ask you to keep to the point that you are responding to a paper today? Thank you.
Thank you for that timely reminder. The Labour group leader is right to remind us that the cuts also affect our staff, as well as the residents of Hampshire. And I would also add that the stresses on councillors has increased as a result of expectations not being met. So I think we do have general consensus, as far as I can see, across the chamber today. But isn't it sad that we have consensus on the basis of the crisis that's come to meet us? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Always a pleasure to come after you. And Liberal Democrats, 1 down. Excellent. Can I just say that I'm obviously going to vote for the motion. You're absolutely right, previous speaker, in congratulating our leader and deputy leader on all the work they've been doing in the face of difficult circumstances, very difficult circumstances, and now we're being listened to. It's going to take an awful lot longer, but we're being listened to. I want to turn this on its head. The problem that we've got, it's the cost of the things that we do. We heard 87% for 2 of our major departments, adult services and children's services. Now, one of the problems that we've got in this world is that once anybody gets into a benefit, it's very important to them to keep it going. It's very dear to them. And parents and relations will move hell and high water to make sure those benefits remain. Because that's all people have when they can't work. Now, the problem is that there is very little a parent can do for a special needs child when that parent becomes older and is going to eventually die. You can't just leave your house to them or leave them money. You can't do that, because if you do that, the benefits go. So they have to think of other things to do. You can't do an ISA for them. And I'm talking pretty basic financial planning. £20 a month, that sort of thing. We're not talking about the super rich. What I've been doing for the last 5 years is going up to London and talking to the Department of Work and Pensions, to whoever happens to be in charge. reminding them that they need to do something about this huge cohort. And do you know that the one thing you can do as a parent is set up a stakeholder pension? You can do that because it's in trust and the government can't actually amend the benefits. And you can leave the money there until the child or the adult is 75. So the benefits keep coming. But the aim of this is to try and get people off benefits. There's no incentive at the moment to get people off benefits, because if you do transfer money, they lose them. And then there's a fight to get it back when you're dead. So people don't want to do it. So when our leader and deputy go up to Parliament to talk, maybe that sort of discussion, an open-minded discussion about how to help people, A, get off benefits, and to help those who are helping those people in terms of investment, that would be a strategy that's worth pursuing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much. Firstly, my thanks to Rob Carr and the Children's Services senior team who discussed the revenue pressures with me in great detail. Their work is exemplary, honest, and definitely citizen-focused, so thank you. Leader has advertised the Future Services consultation, but even if all those cuts were made, those popular services listed within that consultation would only bring in 17.5 million revenue savings against the need for a revenue deficit of 132 million. This consultation, I'm afraid, is just window dressing. The public think they're making a decision, but they're not. I know that you want to see a budget amendment from us today that you can vote down, but I hope that you'll appreciate that in the following areas, there's still much to do by the political leadership who have the detailed information available to them for this council in preparation to do this work. These are complex areas of work that need investment and an even deeper dive by the County Council than is currently being given to them. The three major areas of my concern are, the first, school transport. Hampshire County Council has lobbied the government and the MPs, but to no avail. Hampshire County Council needs to stop hoping for a change with no proven MP support and find other ways to manage this growing cost. In fact, the overspending on this in this year alone is expected to be of a similar order to the total revenue savings expected that will be generated by all of the Future Services consultation. I know the Council has looked at other councils' approach in this country, but I'm urging the Council to look internationally for a solution too, and possibly even with commercial companies. Managing the debt of the DSG, which is the managed debt of the high needs block overspend. The accumulation of this debt towards 130 million now affects severely the Council's cash flow and the ability to invest. And I ask Hampshire County Council to add interest to the sum owed by the Conservative Government administration to Hampshire County Council and to seek confirmation that this enormous sum, plus interest, will be paid back to the Council by the promised deadline of 2026. The third point, children in care. There's an urgent need for an innovative operational and capital programme to be implemented to use our estate to reduce the reliance and financial burden on companies that look after children in care and to provide accommodation in Hampshire that provides for and welcomes our resourceful asylum-seeking children to stay in our county rather than shipping them out. They're resourceful, they've made a great effort to get here, and they're very much hoped that they will actually provide for people in our own county. The leader rightly highlighted these points in his opening speech, these areas, but market forces are strong and lobbying just provides sticking plasters. No, we're not even allowed to do that with the extra money. Maybe the 9.9 million recently awarded and later announced to be required to improve efficiency will not be wasted on that sticking plaster, but used instead to clean the wound first, so that we as councillors across the local authorities and this council can see clearly inside the murky world of commercialisation inside children's care. Council spending was 7.4% of GDP, according to the papers that we've received, a little more than a decade ago, and now only 5%. It shows. I asked my MP about this, but he didn't reply on that subject. But I personally contacted him to seek more council tax in 3 ways, as Councillor Tree mentioned. New bands generating more from the highest value properties to allow each council to seek an increase higher than 3% without referendum, or to reframe council tax bands. His response wasn't at all helpful and even confrontational. It was a stark reminder to me that without sitting in the council's chamber, as we are doing today, and select committees as we struggle through to find ways of getting things to get better, that he has no idea of the pain that this declining budget will bring to residents.
Councillor Porter,
and
your
how
4 minutes
increasingly
are up.
important the council tax is to look after our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Latham.
Thank you, Chair. I remember it was 2018 when we first were told by our officers that unless the government gave us more money for social care and generally for local government, there would come a time in the long term when we would become unsustainable. 6 years on now, and things have got worse, much worse, and we are now in a position where we have to look at the future and how we can balance our budgets properly in years to come on an annual basis. We work on we have worked on a 2-year cycle, and until 2023, we managed to balance our budgets every time. And we managed to put money aside into reserves, so that last year they were at 845 million. We were told again by our officers that there would become a tipping point. And that point came in 22-23. I prefer to call a tipping point a time when expenditure exceeds income, because that's exactly what it is. Because in 22-23, we, as the leaders have mentioned, we had to withdraw £38 million from BBR. For 23-24, we have to withdraw 50 million. For 24-25, it's 74 million. That's unsustainable, and we all know that. What perhaps nobody has mentioned is that for 25-26, it could have been 132 million. And this is where I come into where I would support wholeheartedly this budget, and particularly the comments of the Chief Financial Officer in his Section 24 report. Because he says that the report, the budget is robust and the reserves are strong. Conditional, of course, on us managing to save 90 million out of our budget in the coming year in order to balance it, or not balance, not quite, because we need 132. So we're 41 million short. Now, fortunately, the government or this council identified that 90 million where it could come from last year. Now, I understand that it will come from efficiencies and it will come partly from reductions in services. Nobody wants that, but it's a reality if we're going to achieve that 90 million saving. Where's it going to come from for 25-26? Well, we've got 10 billion in the BBR already, and the Cabinet report which came to us in December shows another 17 million. So we've already got 27 million towards the 41. The Chief Officer concludes by saying that he is confident we can balance our budget for 25-26 from repurposing our existing reserves. So I support this budget because in simple terms,
Your period of speaking
it
is
enables us
up.
to manage our own affairs and our own responsibility, not only for this year, but also for 25-26.
Thank you,
And
Councillor
therefore,
Latham.
I commend the budget to everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Lumby.
Is this working? Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak using this device. In case this doesn't fully work and get to the end, I confirm I will be supporting the proposals in the papers before us. If it works, there is no pause button, so strap yourself in for the ride. I will be brief today. First, because I am a bit nervous about standing here while the machine talks. I feel a bit like the arms of a dancer in river dance, not really sure why they are there and what to do with them. Secondly, because the app I am using has a habit of auto-correcting and mispronouncing various words. Apologies for any that occur or bad language it inadvertently introduces. I would like to thank everyone from the County Council and the Fire Authority who have given me support since my pesky neurological condition started undermining my power of speech. The response has been amazing. Every adjustment that we discussed was promptly enacted. The standing orders were reviewed and a paper sent to Cabinet and on to Council today, to ensure I could speak. I am very grateful for everything that has been done. Having speech issues does sometimes get less helpful responses. There are some who assume that those that cannot speak are either deaf or less intelligent. There is no need to speak loudly or slowly. And please be assured that there is no link between the ability to speak and the ability to make sensible comments. Since being diagnosed with motor neuron disease, the support I have had from care professionals has been incredible, both from HCC and the NHS. Since being elected, I have been impressed time after time with the quality of our officers. Now, as a user of some of the services we provide, I can attest to the high quality of that service. If my example is anything to go by, we provide great services and support to the residents of Hampshire, too often without acknowledgement and indeed without many realizing what goes on and the vital support provided. So we should be very proud of our officers. Budget debates delve into numbers and political point scoring. In all the sound and fury, we should remember the great services provided and ensure that we protect them, whatever our party allegiance. The sums involved are huge, but central government underfunding makes this harder. We must ensure that these services are preserved so far as possible with the resources we have. We must support our wonderful officers in doing so. So I will be supporting the budget to ensure this happens. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lumbie. Thank you for keeping to the time. I was extremely impressed. I might say that I've never known this chamber so quiet. You know, I'd like to tell you that they were actually spellbound by what you were saying. I don't know. But, and I rather like the voice. I think it's a slight improvement in any case. So thank you very much indeed. Councillor Parker-Jones.
Thank you very much. It'll be no surprise to everybody that I always speak from the heart, and I'm going to do it again today because recently the things that I've been receiving in my inbox have included people who are now really struggling financially. They're people that work, they're not on benefits, but they're now going to have to try and claim universal service credit to top up what they're actually earning. They're using food banks. They're experiencing real hardships. And their lives are made complicated because they're looking after older residents. They're looking after young people who have complex needs. So when things start being reduced here, it may seem fine to say we're going to provide the bare minimum, but that offers very little comfort for them. They are really experiencing terrible, terrible changes in their life. And it does take time for people to understand when services are removed. And this is coming too quickly and too fast and too hard for a lot of them. Their experiences are they can't afford to pay their gas bills. And then at the same time we're saying, but you're going to take an extra trip in your car to go further to get rid of your waste. Or you're going to have to travel further and take extra hours out of your busy day where you should be looking after your older parent or your child because you can no longer access a local library, which is right on their was right on their doorstep. So I find all this really frustrating because I kind of came into this wanting to change the world, because that's me. I want to actually change it purple, just paint the whole world purple. But the reality is, we can't have that debate. I can't get in. I don't know where to go to say, how can we provide more for these people when actually what we're talking about is we're taking £74 million out of reserves just to meet our costs as they currently are. Where can we go? Because government isn't listening. Despite Rob's efforts, at the end of the day, there's not a single MP up there, not a single one come to hear what is happening on the ground in Hampshire. It's absolutely awful. And they will see this. They will see the increase in council tax and they will see a reduction in service. And I would be failing in my duty to them, to protect them and to get whatever is best if I don't say something. And I find that really sad. And, you know, we can sit here and have a bit of a laugh about things, but this is their lives. And this really does impact them and really does affect them. And that includes our staff. You know, we're putting them under far more pressure to deliver more. There's less of them. There will be less of them. And we have a duty of care to them as well. So yes, we have to look at the pennies and count the pennies, but actually, shouldn't we now be saying, what is it we should be providing? Because those words, bare minimum, just do not resonate well with me. And all it does is it passes on additional costs elsewhere around our other services, whether it's our young people who get in trouble with the police, whether it's people who, go on to steal, whether it's because the roads haven't been repaired so your car is off the road and you can't get to work. You can't get to work because there's no bus service. So I'm sorry to bring the mood down, but I do think I would be remiss if I didn't raise again that we have unintended consequences from everything that is happening around us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Parker-Jones. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just want to say how absolutely moved I was by Hugh's contribution today. It was really tremendous in the circumstances. Thank you so much, Hugh. Just to say first, Madam Chairman, I really don't feel able to take lessons on the origins of austerity from Councillor Harrison, because I was just thinking back in time to the chief secretaries to the Treasury that we've known, and there was a name that popped up from 2010 to 2015, one Danny Alexander, who I certainly don't believe to have been a Conservative, and whose job it was to implement and see austerity through. So I really can't see that perhaps all the blame sits on this side of the chamber in terms of what happened there. And of course we are in extremely difficult circumstances, and it is very hard, and I echo other members' comments in terms of thanks to the officers who have the most difficult of tasks, trying to implement, literally as Lou just said, trying to do more for less. And it is a very difficult thing, and it's something that we see in local councils across the country and certainly across Hampshire, whether they're districts or unitaries or this county council. I also think back to a position which I certainly wouldn't like to find us in, and that was one Michael Heseltine, who I recall his view on local government was that councils should be organisations that met once a year, awarded the contracts and went home. And we certainly don't want to see that sort of local government either. And I really don't believe we are going to end up in the situation where all we can deliver are just the statutory minima. Because if we did that, if we took that to its conclusion, we only need one household waste recycling centre in the county. That's all that's required. We'd have very few libraries where we have more than most counties and unitaries. So I don't think we're going to go down that area at all. I think even as a Conservative, we can feel somewhat miffed by what happened to us through the council tax freeze period, because of course there we were told, yes, you will receive grant so you can freeze council tax. I don't remember anybody in this chamber saying, no, don't, put up the tax, put up the tax. You know, even our Liberal colleagues didn't suggest that that should happen. And of course then we were conned because the grant disappeared. And that's why we're in the situation we're in, because the promised grant did not remain. So I do support this budget. It's in difficult circumstances. It'll be one of my last budget debates in any council, and I didn't come into local government to reduce services. I don't think any of us did. We came into local government to improve services, and I know that we will do with our officers the very best we possibly can to be able to achieve that. So thank you, Rob, for putting forward a very good case. Thank you for what you've done, which a number of leaders have also tried to do with government ministers. I know it hasn't paid huge dividends, but it is the right thing, and it's important that we always do the right thing in Hampshire. So thank you, and I do support the budget, and I do support the amendment that was put forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Woodward. Councillor Warwick.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to the leader. I suppose, unlike many councils, we are in a position to be able to present a balanced budget today, and that is, of course, so important. I'm also very aware that I'm one of two executive members representing adult social care, delivering care to younger adults and residents as they get much older. We have a revenue cost of around £2 million a day in that department, spent on, I know, a relatively small but a hugely important section of our Hampshire community. And as Councillor Lumby so eloquently said, and Councillor Parker-Jones, significantly important members of our community. So I want to acknowledge the ring-fence contribution made by the taxpayers of Hampshire that will support the care and the dignity and the safeguarding for our most vulnerable residents. Our officers and our Hampshire County Council care staff work tirelessly and provide value for every penny of taxpayers' money spent, and continue to provide a top-rated, caring and innovative service. And our members too, I know we've had a somewhat muted political debate today, but I just wanted to remind members how well we can do when we work together and draw members' attention to the significant capital investment in our budget programme today. I was touched, you won't have realised I was sitting at the back, I sat through the last CASC, the Health and Adult Social Care Committee. We were spending money then. It was 173 million investment in the care programme for our older adults. Not all easy decisions, but I was just overwhelmed listening to all members, cross-party, speaking and supporting that budget decision, despite some opposition. So I just wanted to remind us how well we all work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warwick. Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first of all like to congratulate Councillor Humby on bringing honesty into the debate that we're having. Thank you for doing that. We're actually having a real discussion of the facts as they are, and that's very much to be welcomed. And secondly, I'd like to join others in paying tribute to our officers, our senior management team and all the people that work with them for the extremely difficult job they do that really couldn't be done better. And I thank you all for everything you do in that respect. Anything I say is not a criticism of you. Councillor Woodward talked about Danny Alexander and his role in the introduction of austerity. Let me remind members, in 2008, there was a global financial crisis. In 2010, the coalition government came to power and had to deal with that. And there was agreement between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats that measures needed to be taken to stabilise the economy for the sake of the country. And that's what happened. And for 2 or 3 years, some very difficult things had to be done. But there came a period during that coalition when the Liberal Democrats were very, very unhappy at the way the Conservatives insisted on carrying on with austerity cuts. And indeed, after the 2015 general election, when the Conservatives ruled on their own, the fact that they carried on and carried on and carried on, stripping away money, leading to loss of services and financial crisis that we now face. So don't try and blame all that on the Liberal Democrats, Sean. You know that's not true, and we won't let you get away with it. If you were at the briefing on Monday, you will have seen the budget briefing. You will have seen that Hampshire has £59 million less than the average county council available to us to spend because we have a very low council tax. It's therefore quite right to raise the issue that for 5 years in a row the county council did not put the council tax up. It was given one-off grant to cover that, not ongoing grant to cover that during the time. I think it was quite reasonable that members of all parties would say, well, if that's what the governing party are doing and their party is in power nationally, there must be a strategy. There must be a way to make sure this doesn't lead us into trouble. Now we find out there wasn't. Now we find out we're in deep financial trouble because of those decisions you led us to take back in the early 2010s. That's the context of those 5 years and that £99 million a year we now don't have as a result of those 5 years of zero council tax increases. Councillor Humby, I appreciate all the lobbying you've done, but I am deeply, deeply disappointed with what our MPs have come up with. I welcome the £10 million, of course I do. It means we only have to take £74 million out of reserves rather than £85 million, or £84 million. But it's not been promised to be ongoing. And indeed, many Hampshire MPs didn't even sign that letter. I looked at my own MP, no, his name wasn't there. What was he doing about it? Frankly, it was a pre-election sop. What we actually need is something far more substantial than what we've been given. We've got to keep on lobbying, and we've got to do everything we can to get some MPs who will actually fight for us and actually fight for the people of this country, rather than just continue to sit back and allow our services to be destroyed. Chairman, sorry, I won't be able to vote for this budget today. I shall be voting against because we have no choice created by your party's failures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collett. Are there any more questions? Right, I'm now going to ask Councillor Taylor as the seconder of this amendment. Do you wish to make any statements?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I mean, I'd like to say, firstly, that in a few days' time, on the 24th of February, Ukraine will enter their 3rd year of war and occupation. And I'd like to join the leader in extending my support to the Ukrainian people and to thank all of our staff, partners and residents who have worked hard to provide support to those displaced from their homeland and currently living in Hampshire. And to remind us that we could be in that position and we're not. So we might be having a hard and tough time with our budget, but we've still got our houses and our roofs over our head, or at least some of us have. I'm very moved and touched by the contributions that have been made that recognise that what we are doing actually affects real people and their lives in a very real way. And I think that's important. And unlike some colleagues, I do feel that things can only get better. particularly if we do have a change of government, or rather I'm very much hoping they will. Because I think it's important for our residents. I'm not sure it helps us when we sit here and fight and argue over who did what when we're actually faced in a situation that we're in today. I'd like to thank all of the officers, as everybody else has to, for their hard work, but I'd also like to apologise for them, because actually it's politicians that have caused this problem that they face. And it's a really difficult one for them, and I do not envy their situation at all. I'd like to speak mostly on the motion, because I think the budget speaks for itself, apart from to say that I'm very unhappy about recommendation M. I prefer it wasn't there. In terms of the motion, it might seem, a bit of political posturing, but the fact of the matter is that this is my first term as a Hampshire County Councillor. In my first year, in my first budget, I seconded a very similar motion to say that we should lobby our MPs, and that was royally voted down. So I think we've come a long way, and perhaps adverse situations make for interesting bedfellows. But I would like to talk really about the Financial Distress and Local Authorities report, and this is the basis of our amendment. Everything here that everybody from every side has mentioned is in this report. It's an easy read. You can download it off the website, please do. And those of you who are in boroughs and districts, please do that. Please take that back, and please try to do the same thing, which is to lobby and to support the findings of this committee. It is a cross-party committee as well. I'd like to just mention some of the things that it mentions. The children's social care is woefully inadequate, the same for SEND, the same for cost of home transport, that the demand of massive increases and cost pressures for social care means that there is a significant detriment to other services, and it impacts on our authority to help build and grow our local economies. Homelessness has increased significantly with a 19% increase, and funding for that is due to be frozen. So there's lots of massive, sensible things in this report, and I would urge you to support the motion, and please do read this report and take it away to your boroughs and districts, because I think it's really useful and tells us where we've got and where we need to go as politicians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. I'd now like to invite the leader to reply to the debate that we've had this morning.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. And start off by saying, as Councillor Collett said, we have had a full and open discussion on the budget. And I suppose I was going to make a list of everybody, and I've got quite a few, but it's just picking up on the theme of that. Councillor House, we said about, a different budget, but your response is as ever, always the same. It is just criticising the Conservatives ends off, and that's what you do. And I understand you have a role to do, but I think it's more important than that when we start talking about, as Councillor Sarah Pankhurst said, about in terms of making it real, and that's what I tried to say. So sometimes it is a bit disappointing that that's all you're able to do, but no further suggestions or options about what we might be able to do. Councillor Collett actually said about having that open and debate, and thanked me for actually that we do that and keeping it real, and I absolutely agree with that. I think, as Councillor Latham said, I've been lobbying on this, and we all have actually since 2018, making that point about the position we were going to be in, and we made that very clear. And you're quite right; we were honest and open about that position. I think, Alex Crawford, in terms of the amendment you put forward, I said in my speech that we would support that, and we absolutely will, from my point of view, and I'm sure we all will. But I made the point that that's exactly what we have been doing over this last couple of years. What I don't agree with is that the lobbying has effectively been a waste of time. It certainly hasn't. In 23-24, we made a significant difference in that the outcome of that settlement we had influence over. So we did that. And you might think, 10 million isn't enough. It absolutely isn't. But 10 million is 10 million, which we didn't have. And we lobbied hard for that. We lobbied all through my colleagues with other leaders of other districts, County Council, the County Council's network as well, and it actually made a difference. So all the times I've been stood here saying, it's okay, Rob, you've been lobbying, not made a difference. Well, this time it did, but I still get from the opposition that it didn't make a difference. Well, it's just simply not true. That's what you said. So, yes, it was. And then Councillor Porter, actually saying, you know, it's just window dressing on the consultation. I said in my report very early that actually the 10 million has given us additional wriggle room. And somebody made the point, if we do end up going down that road of a Section 114, you don't have any wriggle room. All those services go, period. So it is not window dressing, absolutely. And I find that quite distressing that you'd actually say that. And it's a disgrace to say that in terms of our residents, that that's what it is. Because we do have options, and there is wriggle room, as we say, which we wouldn't have if we didn't present this budget, which is a balanced budget, and all the work that's gone on previously, and all those savings we've done, and all those efficiencies to get to that point. Councillor Parker-Jones, absolutely agree, very passionate speech, and I thank you for that. That's why I made the point about the language that we use, making it real. And you did that very eloquently about making it real. That's exactly why, as I say, I made that point about what it actually means to our residents. And that's what we, absolutely all must remember. I will just mention Hugh, like Councillor Woodward did. Well done, Hugh. I've known you for a very long time. Very brave. Excellent speech, so well done. I think in terms of overall, we all know what that position is, but what I just want to actually comment in terms of the part of my speech early on. What we haven't done is talk about, yes, the position we're in, but about the growth in demand in those services we had. And I'll repeat some of them. So the adult social care budget has doubled from where we were from nearly 10 years ago, from 300 million to 600 million. So you can look at, and we're only being able to cope with that because I go back to those efficiencies and savings that we made before. The school transport cost, as I said, was 2.5 times. Some 65, where we were then back to about 35 million, sort of 50 million, it could be nearer 70 million. But then again, Councillor Porter, we have worked very hard with all my colleagues across lots of districts, county councils, in lobbying about the approach we take to looking at that, putting proposals forward to ministers about addressing that. So we're not just sat there and looking at, we are looking at all the different options, and quite rightly, we're looking at see what other countries do that as well. That's happening with my colleagues right now, that we're doing that. And I can't tell you the outcome because we don't know. But clearly, that cannot continue. So some of these things, I think it's always difficult. I've tried to be, as always, very honest and open about everything that I have done, and have reported it to this council on a regular basis. So I'm just going to look at you again, Councillor House. So it is slightly disappointing that that's all you do in terms of just criticise the government, and that is sad from that point of view. I've got lots of other bits, Madam Chairman, but I won't go through all those. It's just to thank the members that have supported that and agreed and supported the lobbying that we've done and the difference it has made. I sit at the Cabinet table with my colleagues around me and have told them several times, I would much rather be sat at that Cabinet table than any other Cabinet table across the country, because I speak to all my colleagues through the County Council's network, and we have huge issues and huge problems we've got to address. But we are able to do that. A lot of my colleagues are having to make in-year savings unplanned, and I don't want us to be in that position, which is why we've done what we've done. And I will always say, every time, our role and responsibility, clearly, is to look after the most vulnerable residents in Hampshire. And what I do every single time, and I was at another event last night, where I repeat several times, we have 1,300 children that by court order we look after, and we are their corporate mums and dads. So I just want everybody, whatever they're talking about the politics, just remember that's what we do. And we know it's tough. I hope you will support the budget. We are able to do that because of everything we've done previously, and we are able to sit there and say we can still do that and remember where our priorities are. Madam Chairman, there could be a lot more to say, but I just want everybody to remember that note about those 1,300 children, where you all play a part in being their corporate mums and dads. Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Leader. Right, members, and we've now come to the point in the proceedings where we are going to be having a vote on the amendment, that is recommendation O. Right, you've all got it, I hope, on your screens. You've all had...
It's not a recorded vote. It's just
yeah. You've all got it on your screens. No? Would you wish me to read it out?
No, it's in ModGov. It's in
Yeah,
ModGov.
right. It is in your ModGov, I'm advised. I have been asked to remind you that this part of the voting is not a recorded vote. We are simply voting on the amendment, all right, on the recommendation O. That is all we are voting on at this present moment. So are you in a... Sorry, Councillor Porter.
Point of order, Chairman. As this wasn't actually available to the public 7 days ago, this is actually recent information on our ModGov, and so the public might not have seen it. It would be useful to read that out so that the public know what we're voting for.
I'm very happy to do so. Shall I invite Councillor Crawford to read it out?
You could do, yeah.
Councillor Crawford, would you like to read out your proposed amendment?
I'm happy to do that, Madam Chairman. The proposed amendment is to recommendation capital A of item 10. And it's on that there are at present N, I think that's 14 current amendments listed under capital A, and the proposal is to add a little o, which reads as follows: taking into account the conclusion of the Deputy Chief Executive and Director of Corporate Operations, that Council will still have a recurring deficit of over £30 million in 25-26 and will face the underlying issue that the funding system for local government is not fit for purpose. The County Council welcomes the Financial Distress in Local Authorities report that the House of Commons Levelling Up Housing and Communities Committee published this month, and further approves the Leader of the Council writing to the Prime Minister to support the report's conclusions and recommendations, including that the government must include additional funding in future local government finance settlements to ensure local authorities bridge their estimated £4 billion funding gap. The longest sentence ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crawford. Now, just to remind members, you are not being asked for a recorded vote at the moment on this recommendation, on this amendment to accept recommendation O as Councillor Crawford has just read out. So would you show, by show of hands, whether or not you are in agreement, whether you wish to accept this amendment for recommendation O to be added? Thank you, members. I think that is unanimous. Now we do go to a recorded vote. Okay.
Chairman, just before we do, can I give advance notice that when we get to the next block of votes, and this is because of the way the debate's gone, we would like a recorded and separate vote on recommendation M. Thank you. If you need people to stand up, I'm sure we'll stand up.
Councillor House, you will be aware that to accept that, we must have 10 people who must stand. Yeah. Okay.
So I think we probably need to take a short break to program that into the system.
Sorry, please sit down. This is where recorded votes get rather complicated with IT. The IT is not set up, I understand, to take a separate recorded vote at the present time for item M. So we have to give them a few seconds to set up such a system. So please bear with the IT people while they do that. And I'm sure they'll give me the nod as soon as they're ready to go. Yes? Before some of you leave the room, it is my intention to have a break after we finished voting on this because, well, for health reasons, we should all take a break from time to time, and some people have dietary requirements. But Thank you. But whilst we wait for this to be set up, can I ask whether or not you would be prepared to take the recommendations, with the exception of M, on block, or do you want to separate them out? I'm looking to the House, the Chamber rather, for feedback on this. It would be my desire to take them en bloc.
Chairman, if that's the recommendations in Block A, then yes, but we would like to vote separately on Block B, the capital programme. We can, clearly we can do that as a show of hands.
So you wish to separate out the revenue from the capital?
Indeed, yes, thank you.
That's fine. So it's basically our option B that we've got pre-programmed. So we'll take a recorded vote. So you'll take a recorded vote on AA to AE.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then a separate recorded vote
from F
on M.
On M, yeah.
Yeah. And then we don't. And then the rest of those votes don't need to be.
Well, they should all be recorded.
They don't need to be recorded.
No, I think we will, just to make it consistent.
Well, we haven't got another. Again, we haven't got. Do you want to clarify with Council House whether he wants, whether they want recorded votes on the capital programme as well?
Yeah. Councillor House, could you just come forward for a moment, please? Right, we can take things forward a little at this stage whilst we're still waiting for the IT people to get things sorted out. Having spoken with the leader of the Liberal Democrat group, we have come to an agreement that now would be an appropriate time for us to take the vote on the capital programme, the recommendation of the capital programme, which is recommendation B on page 97. Right. Now, that need not be a recorded vote. Right? So if you are content, some of you are looking a bit mystified. Page 97, Capital Programme, Section B. We can take a vote on that now. Right, let us proceed with that then. Let us proceed with that. All those who are in favour accepting the recommendation of the capital programmes, that's recommendations under the heading of B, that's A, B and C. Thank you very much, that is agreed, thank you. I'm still waiting for the nod from the IT people for the recorded vote. Right, members, you will be relieved to hear that we finally have liftoff, as they say. Right, so this will be a recorded vote on the recommendations set out on page 96, recommendations A to 2 and including E on page 96. On page 97, recommendations F and G and H and I and J and K and L, N, and the new recommendation O. We will take a second, another recorded vote on the proposal that was put forward by Councillor House, that we have a separate recorded vote on M. So you are voting now a recorded vote on A to O on pages 96 to 97, with the exception of M. That will be in a vote, in another recorded vote in just a moment's time. Does everybody understand that? Right. So, are we ready to do that? Right, they're nodding. Yes. Yes. Right. So, members, I'm now going to ask you to vote on the recommendations set out on pages 96 and 97 from A down to and including the new recommendation O, but with the exception of recommendation M.
Do that. Yeah, 4. How do I do it? Oh, this one.
Are we done?
Not red.
I'll give it maybe a little bit longer. We said we were going to give it 60 seconds. We said we were going to give it 60 seconds. It's been about 30 so far, but you might just say to members, I think it's probably fair. All right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah.
Sorry? Yes.
Okay.
Right. I think that is concluded the vote on those particular recommendations. Thank you very much, members. We are now going to.
Just give a little bit of time. Say the votes are shown.
Yes. 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 That therefore means that the motion is carried. Thank you very much, members. We are now going to a second recorded vote. And this will be for recommendation M, which I will... You're voting already. We'll read it out. Are we all done?
It's only been 25 seconds.
All right.
I think maybe, yeah, I think it looks like it's finished. Nothing's moved for a while.
I am required to wait a short space of time before I make any announcements, so that's why I'm looking at a stopwatch here.
I'd go.
Right, thank you very much, members. It seems we are now agreed that that has been carried. Thank you very much indeed for your vote, as you will see up there on the screen. Right. Yeah. No, that's fine. Right, members, we are now going to have a break. We all deserve a break after that, to stretch our legs and have a little bit of lunch, perhaps. We will be back here. We will resume at 2:15. That gives you just under 45 minutes. Thank you. 11 on the agenda. Item 11, and I'm going to ask Councillor North to introduce that item.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Members, this is our usual annual item containing the Council's pay policy statement. The report asks members to agree the Council's pay statement for the financial year 24-25 by virtue of the provisions each year of the Localism Act 2011. The County Council is required prior to the 31st of March to approve the pay statement for the following financial year. The draft pay statement was considered by the Employment in Hampshire County Council Committee at its meeting in November, where the committee recommended the pay statement for approval by the County Council, and I would ask members to approve the recommendations as set out in the paper in front of you. Thank you.
I am in for speed, but there is such thing as due process and protocol to be able to. I have to ask you, are there any questions? Is there any debate? In that case, may I take the recommendations on page 247 and 248? Do you agree? Thank you very much. Councillor North, I assume you do not wish to add anything further? Thank you. Right, you can tell it's post-lunch, can't you? Right, item 12 on the agenda now, the adoption of the local transport plan. I'm going to invite the leader to introduce that paper.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. The Cabinet has recently considered the draft update to the local transport plan. Following initial engagement on the draft plan in 2021 and a full public consultation in 2022. During its deliberations on the draft plan, the Cabinet requested an additional reference to legislative change, I couldn't say that earlier, changes arising from the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act 2023, as set out in the report. I move the recommendations, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. Are there any questions? Councillor Porter.
Thank you. The strategic team are really enthusiastic about this, and I share that enthusiasm. How far down the scale, right down to the person that's the very least or the most managed person, how much training will they get to make sure that they are fully in line with this, so that when recommendations are made, when actions are decided, when considerations are made, that they know that the principles of LTP4 are there for them to use as well?
Leader?
So by that I take it you mean in terms of the officer group?
Yes, and operationally.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Too often we see a response from highways that talks about cars and vehicles, for instance, for regulatory, when actually it doesn't take notice of pedestrians and cyclists, etc. And it's an opportunity to change our culture and our ethos. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, understand. So clearly I would need to refer to officers on that in terms of that process, because that's more of an internal thing. But understand the question, and I will come back to you with an answer on that at a later date.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader. We are remaining on item 12, the adoption of the local transport plan. Are there any further questions? Right, there's a... Sorry. Who wishes to speak? Councillor Davies. Sorry, who is it that wishes to speak? Oh, right, sorry, I beg your pardon.
No, that's fine. I read this in detail, and I'm a bit disappointed that there's very, very little mention of improvements or enhancements or integration of the rail system in Hampshire. There are quite a number of improvements we could make, some of which are mentioned almost en passant. So, for example, there's a mention of grade separation junction at Basingstoke. There's mention of it would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice if more of a railway system was electrified? You know, it just seems to me that it lacks ambition.
Councillor Davies, was there a question in there, please?
Well, would you agree with that?
No?
Leader?
Yeah, I've got to say, I did say no, but nobody heard. I think what I need to understand is our roles and responsibilities in this about as a highway authority. But I can absolutely assure you that is taken into consideration when we look at LTP4. Clearly, there's discussions around that about what that means for the entire network. But I think there's something else I can pick up on you, pick up with you to understand what those discussions were or could have been. So I'll come back to you on that as well.
Are there any more questions? Oh, Councillor House?
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I guess I'm going to be accused of being negative by the leader again, which is not the intention at all, but it's... agree. But there is some ambition here, and there's a lot of nice words. My question is, given our limited resources that we now have available to do things other than lobby and spend capital allocations when they're there, what real prospect is there for affecting change? Not only that, given that we are centralising services by reducing the number of libraries, reducing the number of HWRCs, reducing the number of museums, we're encouraging more car journeys to more distant places because fewer people are able to walk or cycle to key destinations. Isn't the reality of life in conflict with the direction of this local transport plan?
Leader?
I would say no, from the point of view of anything we do with this and schemes would be proposal we put forward to government, and that would be funding in there. And there are various pots that could be used for that. So it is, yes, it is an ambition as well, but certainly we need to understand what funding streams are available for those, and also in the phasing of some of those, because sometimes that can determine which schemes could potentially come forward and the impact on previous schemes, so we get good value for money. I understand the question, but I would say it clearly depends on funding, but we'd have to approach each scheme individually as they come along, except on previous work that has been done.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak again today, but I thought I'd treat you this afternoon. A question for Councillor Humby, and it's set off by Councillor Davies, who made the really important point about the value of rail travel. I represent Totton South and Marchwood, and many residents in my area, and indeed all the way down the waterside, really want to see the waterside railway line returned to passenger use. At the moment, we've been waiting something like 2 years for Network Rail to complete their study. And I know that several meetings have been cancelled between Network Rail and Hampshire County Council officers. I wonder, Councillor Humby, whether you would be able to encourage our officers to get together with Network Rail at the earliest opportunity and find out where we are with this, because we need enthusiasm on the part of Hampshire County Council as much as we do central government, as much as we do the residents that are already on board with this. But we're waiting and waiting and waiting, and all we have at the moment is this £115 million scheme to widen the A326, which I have to say I am not convinced of the business case for, but I know that with the Waterside Railway there would be a really strong business case, but we just need to get Network Rail to complete their studies.
Leader?
I can assure you, from my point of view and officers, we have huge amounts of enthusiasm, and we will clearly, in terms of asking officers to look at where those negotiations are, discussions. I don't know the reasons why they were cancelled. Clearly, and I know your views on the A326 as well, and they've got to be run together in consideration. You can't keep them as separate. But I will understand, I'll try and find out where we are exactly with Network Rail. But you've got to fully understand there's the considerations there are related to the A326 as well. You can't separate those out.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Todd, did you wish to speak? No, I didn't think so, no. Sorry. Thank you. Right. No, can you just hold fire for just a moment, because we've got other people in the queue. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would refer to policy P2, which is about setting up interchange between bus and rail and cycle and walking and so on. Unfortunately, our experience in Aldershot in the past year has been totally destroyed. The bus station has closed. We even now have a proposal which was passed recently, passed through, for a £2 million cycle route that goes nowhere. It comes to a stop at the bottom of a hill and can't go up the hill because the downhill is downhill the other way. And this is seizing up the whole of the centre of Aldershot. What can be done under this local transport plan to plan the centre of Aldershot, having a transport hub and not having a cycle route that goes nowhere? Thank you.
Leader?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not going to attempt to answer an individual thing or an individual situation or programme. I can certainly look into that as well, as I keep saying. This idea is to actually bring LTP4 and the relevance it has in terms of now our approach to transport generally. But that's an individual case, which I know you might have spoken to officers already, I dare say you have, but that's something that we can follow up on and get a response to that separately to yourself.
Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hadn't intended to ask a question on this item, but Councillor Davies's point is a very well-made point. And my question relates to how we go forward in terms of making rail improvements happen. I'm conscious that it was very easy for Network Rail and other bodies to just say, oh, that's not a priority, or we're not interested, or it can't be done because of X, Y, Z. And it will need concerted, determined engagement from our officers and members with those bodies to make things happen. There's the example of the waterside rail that's been mentioned. In my own neck of the woods, many, many years ago, we had a joint rail study with Surrey County Council that showed for about 1/10 of the cost of building the Blackwater Valley Road, which is the A331, for about 1/10 of the cost, you could improve the rail network such as that over 50% of the population of Blackwater Valley towns would be within 15 minutes walk of a network that doesn't exist at the moment. Astonishingly clever proposals. It was put aside because at that time rail was being privatised and you couldn't do that sort of thing while that was going on. But there's never been pulled off the shelf and the dust blown off to make it happen. I've tried on many occasions. I'm hoping, because of the direction of LTP4 and what we're trying to achieve, that we can now really engage with this and make something along those lines happen, not just in the northeast of the county, not just in the waterside, but anywhere else where there are opportunities to improve the rail network. So would the leader agree that we need to ask our officers to make this a high priority and not allow Network Rail and others to just dictate the agenda with little engagement from us? Thank you.
Thank you. Leader?
Yeah, Councillor Collett. So I can't remember when, but it was some time ago we had Network Rail in and had a meeting in the office with officers as well. And it was interesting, their original approach was to come and say to us what they thought and what they were going to do. By the end of the meeting, it was, we need to understand what is needed on the ground locally, then make that decision. So that process has absolutely happened already, and we need to further that and have further engagement with them. But I absolutely agree.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Chair. The LTP4 talks about providing better walking, cycling or public transport choices which will enable a reduction in travel by private car and to provide a transport system that puts people first, planning for people as the top priority, planning for places and a shift away from planning for vehicles. Can I just ask the leader how we are going to do this, bearing in mind the current funding issues and the issues we have to address in the next 2 years in particular? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I've already had a similar question happening on those lines about we need to look at the Councillor House ask in terms of that funding and those proposals going forward. What this has done is effectively, I would say, turned the original LTP approach on its head from where the priorities are to now the priorities to being walking, cycling and local transport, if you like, from that point of view. So we work to that process now, but we still, individual schemes clearly have to be funded.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Chair. Similar line, if I may address a question to Rob. When this was all done in 2022, we were right in the middle of Bus Back Better, bus service improvement plan, connectivity, north-south across the county. This has seemed to, with the final document, this has seemed to have been put a little bit on the back burner, which goes against, as Councillor Grove's just been mentioning, the public transport focus. Would you agree that we should start amending it? I know it's a 30-year plan, and the bus work seems to be lasting about 30 months at the moment. Would you agree we should be already updating this local transport plan for?
Thank you. Leader.
I wouldn't say that now because of the stage we got to with this now. What we have done, and continually through this process, I asked officers, what is our flex in this? What is our flexibility? How can we adjust? How can we amend? And I've been assured that we can do that. And of course, that also relates to central policy coming out of government as well, to make sure we have that flex. And that's one reason we're doing this now. And you've seen, even within the lifespan of what we've been doing here, how that policy has changed. But the important thing is we can react to that and the policy can be adapted as far as you can to that.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Thank you. Would the leader agree with me is that with the motorway closed yesterday and the problems this morning, it is a golden example why we need trains and a better public transport system as an alternative. I, for one, having looked at the computer first thing this morning, looked at all the roads around, totally clogged up. So I got on a train, took 3/4 of an hour to get to Winchester. So we do need alternatives to the car. And with the development of the south of the county, there's more pressures on the roads. So we need a decent train system to cater for people as well. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, thank you. You'll know one of my phrases that I use all the time is joining up the dots, and I completely agree with you. So, your mic's still on, yeah, sorry. So that's exactly, it's come back on again. So that's exactly the process that we're trying to do, is go through joining up the dots, using all those statutory consultees and doing it in a joined-up approach. But actually, that's exactly what LTP4 does. It's about putting the priority on the public, the pedestrian, and cycling, walking, and those other transport modes as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I think it's appropriate that I remind members of the purpose of questions. This is an opportunity for you to question the content of the report. I don't think I need to add anything more than that at this moment in time. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I was extremely pleased to see in the strategy that mass public transport needs to remain fundamental, and it's an important issue for us. Equally, I was very sad that the Basingstoke mass rapid transport system, it's difficult to say that, isn't it? And the Gold Star service, I think, for Aldershot were removed from the capital expenditure. And I entirely understand why, because there wasn't enough external funding coming forward. And so really I'd like to ask the leader what steps we can take to ensure that we do secure external funding for these very important items.
Thank you. Leader.
So, as in any schemes, these will all be part of a transport scheme. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. But I sort of remind everybody what the Chairman has just said. This is about the report that's in front of us in terms of the direction what LTP4 is setting out. So that would be an individual thing. By all means, you can come and speak to us and lobby us or whatever we need to do. But also speaking with the local authority about their local plans as well. We must do it in a joined-up way.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Drew.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Just picking up on this report, did you know that rail is mentioned 84 times? I was just able to check that. So it is an important part of this report. And just very briefly, as an adjunct to what we're trying to achieve here, which I thoroughly approve of, heritage railway lines may also support the need to visit Hampshire. I know that's the one we keep forgetting, isn't it? Isn't it, Leader? So we visit Hampshire, and also to provide some additional transport that I'm sensing we're all quite keen to explore opportunities on. Thank you.
Councillor Drew, was there a question in there?
Yes, I do, before you
there
ask.
Is. The question is that does the leader agree with me? Well, you knew that was, Madam Chairman, you knew that was coming, that we could enhance our transport strategy to include heritage rail where it's appropriate and in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Drew.
How's that?
Yeah.
Please sit down.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I'd just like to confirm it wasn't 83 instead of 84, but if you'd like to check that and get back to me, I'd be very grateful.
Sorry, did you wish to respond to something, or do you wish a later question? Right, okay. Right, we've noted that. Councillor Dowden, a quick reminder, this is a question, and it is to be focused on the paper that you have in front of you, a question relating
thank
to
you,
that.
Madam Chairman. Councillor Humby, or Leader, I obviously support the local transport plan, but would you agree with me that, that actually, and the situation with bus services, particularly in the area that I live in, they are nowhere near enough for people, particularly older people, to get a bus. For example, I'll just give you one example. People living in Knightwood Valley Park, and I have tried with the passenger transport, I've really tried, are lobbying me continually to get a service, more of a service, because they feel cut off. They cannot walk from, I mean, you're talking about 1.5 miles uphill for older people. It's not feasible for them. Or walk to the rail station. Once again, another 1.5 mile walk. It's not feasible. But the trouble is with private transport companies, they will only do it for profit. So what it is doing, as these people have got older now, even my own age now, I wouldn't be able to walk miles now, quite frankly, and I could have done a few years ago. These people now cannot. So the question is, could you look within, for bus services in these areas where older people are situated now and they can't walk to a train, and they cannot walk up to the Bournemouth Road, up top of Templars Way. They're cut off, and they rely on people to give them a lift or something or other. And they don't like doing that. They like to be independent.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dowden. Leader?
Really good question, and it's timely from my point of view. So obviously we always have from the point of view of the main bus operators and the commercial services they operate that, and we all understand that. But I've literally just started and will be having conversations with the main bus operators and all the community transport operators as well to see how we can do things in a more joined up way. Now, I can't say that will directly address every single situation, but that question is exactly why I've asked that we do that piece of work.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Philpott.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is actually about policy BTD1, so it is specific to the LCP4 document. This is on the parking policy, and I just wonder if the leader could just put a little bit of flesh on the bone, some elaboration if possible. The policy is full of comments like managing vehicle access, reallocating road space, facilitate against movement of traffic and so on. I'm just interested to know what that actually means in practice, because I'm representing a division as I do, which is an urban division where at any one time there are literally hundreds of cars parked on pavements and footpaths, grass verges and the like, where there simply seems to be insufficient amount of space. It's almost impossible to imagine how any parking policy that we could have could address those issues without really taking away people's vehicles. So I just wonder what is meant, if at all possible, by that BTD1. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader, do you wish to respond?
I think the best thing I can say to that is we can have a conversation, what we could have had anyway, in terms of understanding that particular issue and how it relates to the policy. And I'm very happy to do that. You come along, we have a conversation, and we can speak to officers as well, what it means in a specific case, because I think that would be more useful to you.
Thank you. Councillor Forster.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One of the things that has come through both from the discussion and from the paper is the need for the county to work closely with the boroughs and districts. But I'm conscious that many of our boroughs and districts don't actually have any significant expertise and tend to buy in very expensive consultants to provide them with some stuff. And often that's in conflict with what the county is looking for and not based on local need. Is there anything that we can do to actually improve the way we work with boroughs and districts and maybe provide additional support that they could pay for?
Leader?
A really good question, and I suppose that goes right back to when we originally, and are still working on, the Regen and Growth Partnerships. That's a really good example why you should be doing that and working with our districts and boroughs on that. So we don't get to the point at the very last minute, they have the developers and they have their, the consultants working for them, and then come along and then suddenly talk to us, and it's something that we can't deliver. That's the very reason why those were set up. And hopefully that process, as we expand it out, will prevent that from happening in future.
Thank you very much, Leader. Councillor Todd.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I'd actually like to sort of follow up on that last question, because one of the things this paper makes clear is that the days of the county having large amounts of its own resource to set priorities are gone, effectively. And we live in a world of bidding, but also the closest that we get to money that we can decide to spend locally is probably now the developer funding and the community infrastructure levy, which is less restricted than in the past. And I suppose my question was, what governance and relationship, is the county ready to have that change in relationship, which actually reflects the fact that the money sits somewhere else now and that more partnership is needed? Is the Regeneration and Growth Board the right way to do that? Because it feels like it needs to go beyond this is how we support particular developments to a wider conversation about how money that is generally collected from the impact of development is applied to the kind of infrastructure improvements that our residents expect us to be delivering between district and county.
Leader?
Yeah, again, Councillor Todd, a really good question, and we've started to consider about how we do work going forward. The Regen and Growth Partnerships are very new, as you know, and understanding those functions. What I didn't want to do isn't my or our, the county's board, it is each individual district and borough, and our role is there. How can we help you deliver what you want to do locally? And that sort of relates a little bit to what Councillor Foster was saying as well. So there is a process within that about how do we understand. Certainly with SIL, that's interesting because of the flexibilities there are in there. 106 is a bit more nailed down, isn't it, in terms of each individual project. But at some point in those Regen and Growth Partnerships, we will have to have those discussions on the points that you make about how do we allocate that for the greater good, bearing in mind, as something I said earlier, about other schemes that have already either in train or have been done, so you add value to those as well.
Thank you very much, Leader. Are there any more questions? Right. Any debate? Yes, Parker Bolt. Sorry, sorry. Yes, I'm getting confused. Switching on.
Thank you very much. I just got upgraded to royalty. I like it. Thank you. No, I think this is really good. There's so much to celebrate in this, isn't there? This is. I know it's ambitious. I know we will have lots of questions about how are we going to achieve this, where is the KPIs. I absolutely understand that, but I think the officers have done a brilliant job to pull this together. And personally, I think, with my district hat on, it will be great to be able to sit there when there are developers and saying, how are you putting the pedestrian first in this estate where there are no pavements and, you know, it's all about cars being able to reverse out into a road? So I welcome this and I look forward to us realising its ambitions. So, yes, I will definitely be supporting it. So well done to everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parker-Jones, having elevated you somewhat. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is going to be an interesting document to read in a decade's time. And we may look at it and say, well, that was a wish list that really came true, or that was a wish list that really didn't come true. And where it comes to Basingstoke, I've got severe doubts about it. I mean, I can't vote against it because a lot of work's been put in and it is what we have. But in Basingstoke, the local planning authority, the Borough Council, is now planning to put an extra 18,000 homes on the west of Basingstoke. That's a small town. And those roads, those houses are going to put their traffic onto the A30, which goes into town, Brighton Hill roundabout, recently upgraded, very good in my opinion, and the B3400 Worting Road, Pinch Point Railway Bridge. And no crossing of the railway line in sight, although it has been referenced. So we're going to have all this extra traffic, and really, well, that rings a bell. Yeah. Really, the officers have got no choice but to say, we're going to tackle this with modal shift, putting people into buses and public transport and out of cars. And every time that's been tried in the past, certainly in Basingstoke, it's failed because it goes against human nature. People want to drive their cars. People start using buses when they are not able to use their cars. So this transport plan is based upon a hope, really, that we can persuade people out of their cars and into public transport. And I'm not sure that that's going to work. Now, one of the solutions for the west of Basingstoke is the mass rapid transit link that is being proposed. And that would come through Southern Manydown, it would go north, and it would hit its head on the railway line, where there's no crossing for the MRT to take place, and no crossing that has been defined. I got some space reserved in the previous local plan for a crossing of the railway line, but there isn't actually a solution. So basically, whatever's going to happen to cater for those extra 18,000 houses is going to happen on the existing road system. And that is a huge challenge. Now, it may be that the officers say, we've got the tools to do this, we're confident that we can deliver. And please say that to me. I'm dubious. I think it's a monumental challenge that you've got to crack to make this planning policy work. And whilst I wish you well, and whilst I'll vote for it, I am sounding a word of warning with regards to the west of Basingstoke. This may not work, and you may find yourself in 10, 15, 20 years' time with the most almighty traffic problem because there simply wasn't a solution to be had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Any more debate? Right. We now go to the recommendation for this paper, which is on page 276. And the recommendation is that the County Council approves and adopts the updated Local Transport Plan 4. Are you agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. We're now going on to item 13, which is a notice of motion. Councillor Crawford, would you please move your notice of motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just about dozed off then, I'm sorry to say, but now's the time to wake up. It's an honour to be here today proposing this motion on what is arguably the most significant issue facing us today, the climate change agenda. I would like to thank Councillor Jonathan Glenn, as Chairman of the Council's Hampshire 2050 Select Committee, for being seconder. As it happened, quite by chance this month, I came across an article that I wrote 50 years ago for Technology and Society magazine about the impact of chemistry on our quality of life. And believe it or not, climate change did not have a mention then. It wasn't a thing. I get contradicted already, there we are. Even if scientists and the major oil companies were warning their senior management internally that it was happening, but it didn't get out to the public. 25 years later, when editor of Chemistry and Industry, climate change was very much emerging as a public concern. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said that global warming was unprecedented, and was unprecedented since the end of the last ice age, and was very likely then, with highly damaging future impacts, which is what we are seeing or beginning to see now. Another 25 years on, and 5 years after the County Council declared a climate emergency in 2019, we are today considering this climate change agenda. As a county councillor in 2020, I was invited to the University of Winchester to hear Professor Bill Maguire talk about hothouse Earth. He was then alerting us to the accelerating pace of climate change and the implications of the latest science reported at COP26 in Glasgow. Last year, for Christmas, or just after Christmas, no, it must have been my birthday, I received the Climate Book, which was created by Greta Thunberg, and that inspired to try to move the climate change agenda of the County Council forward. I made my first attempt to draft a suitable motion and signed up for the Climate Change for Decision Makers course of the University of Cambridge. It was full of insights about the emergence of low-carbon technologies such as wind and power. However, much more useful were visits to local conferences such as Hampshire Chamber of Commerce in Basingstoke, and policy developments nationally, such as when the government and opposition shifted their positions on climate change last autumn. I also had discussions with Councillor Chadd and Councillor Glenn, other members of this council, and Blackwater Valley Friends of the Earth. All of this led to this motion, which I commend to this council as the way forward to advance the climate change agenda further and faster as the opportunities arise. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Crawford. I notice that you have a seconder, Councillor Glenn. Councillor Glenn, do you wish to speak now, or do you wish to reserve your right to speak?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll reserve my right to speak once we hear about any amendments that might come in.
Right.
But can I just say what a pleasure it's been working with Alex Crawford and with Roz Chadd on this.
Right, thank you. Right, we are now going to open the motion for debate.
Ask for the amendment. I'd ask for the amendment.
Sorry, are there any?
There's an amendment. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was unaware that there is an amendment, sorry. Who's proposed? Councillor Todd, would you please move the amendment?
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. And the amendment, I think, has been circulated in ModGov, and people should have access to it. But I will outline the principles that sit behind it as I make my comments. 2023 was the hottest year since global temperature records began. early reports show that global warming has exceeded 1.5 degrees for an entire year compared to the pre-industrial period. Climate change is hitting us harder, sooner than expected, and harder than we knew when we declared a climate emergency in 2019. Let's not forget that so when I proposed the motion, we were asking for a faster progress than the government's timing, but coming out in response, the Council agreed a 2050 year target to plan for a 2-degree increase in temperature versus the pre-industrial period, and in line with the Paris 2015 proposals, to limit growth to 1.5 degrees. Now, they are measured slightly differently. The 1.5 degrees is measured over several years, not in 1 year, but we hit 1.5 degrees last year. We hit the target that we said we had to avoid by 2050 last year. So Hampshire is seeing flash flooding. It's seeing extreme temperatures, water shortages that affect our health, our homes and our businesses, our chalk streams and rivers and the unique countryside that makes our county so special. We have to raise our game. We have to recognise that the world has changed. We face an even more urgent challenge than 5 years ago, and we need a more urgent response. And that's why this amendment asks us to set a target for net zero of 2040. Other counties have seen a faster decline in carbon. Other counties have better plans based on external benchmarking. We need to avoid complacency and compare ourselves against the best so that we can be the best. And that's a second recommendation that's added to the proposal. And we need to stop carbon being a side project and put it at the heart of the council. We need to reapply the same disciplines that we apply to our finances to our carbon. What is the carbon equivalent of the kind of transformation programmes this council has had to learn to do over the last years? What would an SP 2025 for carbon look like with challenging goals set, robust tracking in place, and yes, knowledge of what extra powers we need from government to make the numbers add up? And the proposed change to the report is meant to be a step in that direction. And this amendment is designed to do those three things. Currently, the motion, although well-intentioned, doesn't demand enough of the administration. It reads like a mixture of young Mr. Grace and Mr. Micawber. The administration is waiting for something to turn up, and the only scrutiny that's proposed in this motion is, you've all done very well. It's not enough. We need a more robust approach, more demanding goal, more rigorous process, more challenge to our plans, our planet, our residents, our county, but most of all, the next generation require it of us. And I therefore ask you to support my amendment.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I'd like to reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm just confirming that we now go into general debate on the main motion as well as the amendment. We just debate the two together, although we will vote separately. Right. I believe Councillor Chad, did you wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Chairman. So this afternoon, I will be supporting the original motion that we have before us. And here are the reasons why. So first of all, as Councillor Todd has already said, we have aligned ourselves with the 2050 National Climate Change Target. And just for a bit more understanding on that, the majority of the emissions, so approximately 98% of emissions in Hampshire, are outside the direct responsibility and control of Hampshire County Council. Therefore, actions taken to reduce these emissions require support and intervention from national government. And let's just talk about what the role of the County Council is in regards to climate change as well. So the County Council needs to ensure that its resources are used to the maximum impact and to ensure clarity on the role and responsibility of the County Council across a complex stakeholder landscape. As outlined in our climate change strategy and annual report, our main role is one of leadership. Through advocacy, partnership working, and establishing the necessary framework strategies to support actions by partners, residents and businesses. This isn't something that we can do on our own as a county council, and no one organisation can do this alone. It's about partnership working together. And I know over the years we have, when we have been able to, we have brought forward initiatives and we have reduced and put in things. For example, our solar panels on our schools, our green library that we've currently in the process of establishing. So when those opportunities do arise, we absolutely do take those forward and produce some amazing things as a county council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chad. Councillor Thacker.
Thank you, Chairman. It's okay. It's a nice connection there. I will be supporting the unamended motion. The UK government has, through Climate Change Action Act 2008 and the Environment Act 2011, given a framework for reaching net zero emissions for all sectors of the UK economy by 2050. At present, the government is not driving to amend that target to net zero by 2040, nor has it indicated that it would provide extra funding for local authorities to be carbon neutral by 2040. We have just today approved the LTP4 plan, which specifically identifies 2050 for transport neutrality and which recognises the role of national policy in making the target achievable. 2050 is less than 26 years away. Unilaterally reducing that timeframe to be carbon neutral by 40% will, I believe, inevitably put further financial strain on HCC's finances. That consideration alone would require a fully funded proposal to be put forward, not a few words in an amendment to a motion. Chairman, by comparison, neither the EU nor the NHS are considering unconditional net zero by 2040. The EU has recently put forward a proposal, and it's just a proposal at the moment, for a 90% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions by 2040 compared to 1990. That is not carbon neutrality. The NHS has a net zero aim for 2040 that specifically excludes Scope 3 emissions, and Councillor Chad mentioned that. Hampshire would be in a similar position to the NHS regarding Scope 3 emissions that are outside of its control. This amendment does not make this distinction. Perhaps it was the intention of the amendment, but it has not made that clear. Furthermore, this new 2040 carbon neutral commitment proposed takes no account of how it would affect the financing of other efforts by Hampshire to adapt to climate change and resilience, which are noted in paragraph B of the motion. Chairman, I recommend that members read the Friends of the Earth report, How Hampshire is Prioritising Climate Adaptation and Resilience. It is a short report, but I will read the first paragraph from the end of the report in a section headed Friends of the Earth's Review. Hampshire County Council is leading the way by setting a target for resilience and putting a strong emphasis on adaptation in its climate action plan. Chairman, I believe that whilst emissions reduction is important, we may well find that as a local authority, our taxpayers' money will provide better value for money if we stick to our current plans for emissions reduction and we protect our investment plans for adaptation and resilience. In the current financial situation in which the county finds itself, we must not willy-nilly move the goalposts so that a working plan that is celebrated by such an environmental champion as Friends of the Earth is put in jeopardy. For the woolly wording and wishfulness of the amendment alone, I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thacker. Councillor Drew.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Interestingly, I think that the point that Councillor Thacker made with our finances under pressure is a very important one. Just paying reference to the mispronunciation of his surname, I believe Margaret Thatcher was a chemist. My understanding is that she actually got climate change before most other people, but that was not the time to be able to bring it forward. Madam Chairman, also, if Britain stopped tomorrow, climate change would still happen. And that, to some, would put an argument for doing nothing at all. But I think that's fatally flawed because it's essential that we show leadership. And I think that this is something that this council and other councils have done by declaring climate emergencies. Can I just go through the amendment, much of which I think is sort of on the right track? Should we be doing more? Well, yes. But I think there's a fundamental flaw. But the first two items, coming back from the bottom up, as it were, reporting on progress, I'm sure we can do that in our report. Why wouldn't we? And identifying other approaches that we might be wanting to use, I'm sure we would do that as well. But the fundamental problem is 2040. I really don't think that we should be getting out of step with government, because referring to the point I made that if Britain stopped tomorrow, and if the county stopped emitting any CO2, we'd still have the challenge. And therefore, it makes sense to stick to what the government is proposing. That might change this year, who knows? But for now, I think it's absolutely right that 2050 makes sense. But I just want to make the point clear that climate change is real, and it is happening, and we should be doing something. And I hope no one here thinks that we shouldn't be doing anything, because that would be the wrong approach. I refer you again to the point about leadership, which we can show in this council. Two final points. It'll be technological change that saves us. It's technology that got us into this problem. It's technology that will get us out of it. I'm not certain which technology. Solar panels are a start, but I'm sure there will be other technologies that will come along and we'll go, oh, that's how we can make the difference. That's how we take CO2 out of the atmosphere and get ourselves into an equilibrium. And Madam Chairman, on the point of equilibrium, I do think it's very important that we try and get the other side of the equation, the balance sheet. We vociferously tackle the CO2 we emit, but none of us are sure how much Hampshire sinks in terms of its CO2. How much does Hampshire take out of the environment and of the atmosphere and put it back in? I've asked the same question at Test Valley, and no one seems to know. I think perhaps that's something that we should be looking at doing, because the equation has to be got back into balance. And at the moment, we know how much we're emitting, but we're not as clear about how much we're sinking. And I think part of the process to tackling this is understanding that equation. So I'm very happy to support the motion, but for the reasons I've outlined, I'm afraid 2040 is a step too far or a step too near, despite the fact that the sentiment of we ought to crack on is the right one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drew. Councillor Oppenheimer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I welcome the motion, and I'll be pleased to support the unamended version. I don't think we need the amendment, and the reason for that is I actually think that the policy situation is working well at a national level and a local level. I'm proud of our record in this country. We are decarbonising faster than any other developed country in the world. That's pretty amazing when you think about it. The coalition government took a big bet on offshore wind, and it's paid off. We now have the greenest grid in Europe. So I think Conservatives and Liberals can both be proud of that decision that was taken by the coalition government. But I also think it's working well at a local level. We have climate impact assessments with every decision record that comes to us, and we look very closely at that. I think it's important to say, though, that often climate-friendly decisions have ancillary benefits, and we need to take those into account too. So when we plant trees, we're not just sequestering carbon, we're also reducing flooding and reversing species loss. When we put solar panels on schools, and we've done 2/3 of Hampshire's schools now, which is pretty impressive, we're not just reducing carbon emissions by getting more green energy, we're also putting more money into the school budget, which can then be spent on classroom materials or infrastructure. I think there's lots of little things going on that members may not be aware of. So, for example, at a recent decision day, we took a decision to put ground source heat pumps in at 3 schools. We're actually digging up the playing fields to lay the cables, to lay the pipes, I should say, so that they're going to get ground source heat in those 3 schools. That's a really innovative and important pilot. If it goes well, then we'll roll it out. And a lot of members may not be aware, we actually have a heat pump in this chamber now. So when the refit happened a couple of years ago, they put a heat pump in, and that's why it's so warm in here today. You may remember, members who've been here a while, it used to be freezing in here at winter. Well, not anymore, thanks to the heat pump. In fact, when I came on a tour with the facilities team recently, and they pointed out the heat pump at the back there, they said to me, it's definitely made a difference. It's either that or all the hot air in the chamber. I said, you're fired. But we will continue to make the right decisions for the climate and for the wider community. And climate will continue to be a big part of everything we do. And we will continue to have good news stories like the ones I've just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oppenheimer. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Certain members in this chamber will remember that I spent my career teaching climate change. And climate change is such a nice phrase. It's a gentle change through time. The difference now is that change is happening at a very, very rapid rate. If you go through all of the history of climate change, the graphs are predictable up and down through the last 2 million years at least. You look at the graphs now, and they are shooting up. You get to a point, in fact, where you create a runaway change where you can't stop it. And we, as was already pointed out by Councillor Todd, are very close to that point now. That runaway change means that anything we do will be a complete waste of time. All we're asking you to do from this side of the chamber is to be more ambitious and to realise that the life chances for our grandchildren, and I've got 7 of them, are really, really narrowing down. And I'm urging you to be more ambitious with your targets and support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Warwick.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. It's a pleasure to hear the discussion today. I think we're all more or less coming from the same place. I'm very pleased to support the motion, but not the amendment, not because I don't agree with it, but I think it's unfair to announce a random date on the chamber without a full strategy to present to members for scrutiny, costing and approval. You'll understand that with carbon neutrality, there are 2 areas. There is your own estate, which is relatively simple and straightforward to deal with, and then there's the wider county or district area. And the challenges around CO2 reduction are transport, their domestic heating, and their commercial energy. And until we remove all cars, or remove petrol from all cars, and gas from all homes, then we're not going to easily attain neutrality. What is really important, and what everybody has said today, is that we work together. So whether that be at a national level, at an international level, a county level, district, or with our residents and parishes, we will all need to be aligned and work together. I agree, Councillor Todd, he and I agree on many things, and his motion, he's laughing, some things. His amendment is commendable. I get where he's coming from. Winchester City Council is due to be carbon neutral this year, I believe, and the district in 6 years' time in 2030. And to do that, they commissioned a roadmap, which was published in 2022. And this is interesting because it says a key finding of this analysis is that the existing carbon neutrality action plan is not sufficient to reach carbon neutrality by 2030. Winchester will need to offset 377 kilotons of CO2. At the current market rate, this would cost around £7.5 million, but at the projected increased carbon offsetting costs at 2030, this could be closer to 100 million. So offsetting is a debate within itself. We could, of course, all become carbon neutral and pay to offset. And whether that's ethical or not, I think the important thing is that we work together and that we work to change our practice, not to pay to change it, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warwick. Are there any more? Councillor Harrison.
Chairman, I find myself wondering whether in 40 or 50 years' time, anyone will play back the video of this meeting. Living in a world where we might be subject to even more extreme events, where people are made homeless globally, what they will think about a debate like this. It's not just about optics, Chairman. We've already crossed the Rubicon in terms of declaring a climate change emergency. The public out there will think, once we've done that, we would treat it as an emergency. So I think that putting a high bar, a target for us to reach, is truly leadership. Falling behind a Conservative national government which has been backsliding on climate change issues, which has failed to insulate people's homes, which is backsliding on air quality issues, doesn't seem to me to be the sort of leadership that Hampshire County Council can feel truly proud of. So today, the Liberal Democrats have given you members the opportunity to be more ambitious. We often talk about be ambitious for Hampshire. Well, be ambitious for Hampshire, be ambitious for the planet, and be ambitious for the generations to come. Support our amendment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Nearly every day, we are becoming more and more aware of the significant impacts of climate change. Since September, there have been 10 named storms hitting the UK, causing significant damage and destruction. That's an average of 2 a month. That's quite an escalation of what we're seeing in terms of weather changes to our system within the country. And we have had complete mayhem on our roads due to flooding, which has caused misery for our residents when their properties are impacted. They face the destruction of their homes that they've built up over several years. Their whole lives are invested in those homes. I don't think there's very many of us who haven't had residents that haven't been affected by flooding one way or another. They often have to face long periods of time without power or water, and we have seen instances, increased instances of loss of life throughout the UK as well. The fabric of our infrastructure needs to be protected, and we need to ensure our ability to prevent and respond to these emergencies. And actually, the prevention will cost us more if we don't act sooner. You know, the impact will be greater. So there is a cost, you know, I get the costs of doing this, but actually the cost of not doing it might just well be higher all the time. So it's incumbent upon us as a local authority to keep abreast of all the latest technologies and techniques, not just in preventing the causes of climate change and reducing the impacts and the damages, but also in recording our progress and adjusting our plans. I think the motion will help us in this endeavour and support it. And I do have sympathy for what the amendment is seeking to do. You know, it's a fact. It's getting worse, and it's getting worse quicker. You know, you can't just deny that. We know what's just happened in the last 6 months and the cost that that has had to us in terms of the repairs to roads and flood defences and so on. So I have got a lot of sympathy for it. And I think it's a shame that we can't accommodate this. So even if the motion fails, I do hope that we will have some sensible conversations afterwards, because I think there are some elements which are eminently sensible and should be adopted, particularly around areas like benchmarking. I mean, that's a really good thing to do. You know, we should always be learning what we should be doing as well as what we shouldn't be doing. And I think that there are, you know, there's lots of good things in this, in the suggested amendment as well. So I hope, even if it fails, that we might be able to take it forward in a more practical sense later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak, but I think Councillor Harrison made an error, and I just want to address that. Councillor Harrison spoke a lot about pass this amendment, show leadership. I don't think it is leadership to pass an amendment like this. Leadership is, we've sat down with the officers, we've asked how much it would cost to accelerate to 2040, we've asked what resources we would have to put in, we've asked how we would do it, and we have a full proposal to put forward that says we could do 2040 and here's the implications of it, make a decision. Just to say, let's go for 2040 because we wish we could go faster is not leadership, it's a wish list. And we might have sympathy with that wish list, I do have. I fall back on the wording of Clause C, and it's just gone off. Clause C says that we will move faster if we can, if the funding becomes available or if there is policy direction. I think we all agree with that. So we've got embedded in our budget, which we passed today, very difficult budget, very difficult. We've got embedded the move to 2050 carbon neutrality, but we will go faster if we can, if the funding becomes available or if there are policy directives. That surely is the responsible position rather than just plucking a date out of the air. Why not 2041 or 2039? 2050 has got sense behind it, it's got logic behind it, it's got costings behind it, it has a plan behind it. And just to rip that up and say, we wish we could do more, well, we all agree. We all wish we could do more, but we have to come up with something that is sensible.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor House.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think the problem is with Councillor Reid's contribution that 2050 feels like it was plucked out of the air. It's far enough away that we don't need to do things now, yet it's vaguely close enough that we might need to do something. To me, Councillor Reid's contribution sums up the difference between a Conservative and a Progressive. A Conservative will say, never mind, it'll be okay. A Progressive will say we need to be a bit more interventionist, a bit more likely to crack into this to make a difference. Councillor Taylor gave all the reasons for supporting the amendment. I guess she's being loyal to Alex, which is fine. When this motion first came round, we thought the idea of doing something consensual across the county council was a really good idea, and we were up for that debate. But then it got neutralised by the administration, as I understand it, by substituting words that were about doing things to words like continuing and maintaining. I'm sorry, that's complacency. It's complacency, and that's just not good enough on something as important as this. So what we are talking about here is about leadership, and it is about ambition. If we just mirror the national target, all we're doing so is doing so in a vaguely self-congratulatory tone, and I don't think that's what this is all about. Councillor Chadd says we should take opportunities. Well, actually, we say we should make opportunities, because that's how you seriously affect change. We can be doing more to encourage solar power generation. We can be more to doing onshore wind. We could be doing a lot of things that we're not currently doing at the moment. I love the fact that we're beginning to start work on ground source heat pumps, and we've got a few examples now. That's terrific. We can do more in that space. What are we doing to bring services closer to people, rather than force people to go to services? What are we doing about making sure that we can devolve services to local communities, again, so that they can access them on foot rather than using a car. What are we doing with those things that encourage that localisation? What can we do to encourage more home working? What can we do to encourage more take-up of electric vehicles and the provision of more EV charging points? What can we do about encouraging more energy-efficient homes when we've got the least energy-efficient homes in Europe? These are all things that we can do at limited cost that are about ambition, about the hope that I was talking about earlier today. And that's what Martin Todd's amendment is all about. But more, it's about saying we can learn from others. It's about saying that where people are moving faster than us, let's learn from them in those areas. And about taking other initiatives, new initiatives, and properly monitoring what we're doing against others, not just against ourselves. Many of these are easy asks. They're not that difficult if we have that ambition. So let's be proud to raise our game for Hampshire. The stakes are high, as we've heard, across the chamber this afternoon. Let's have that ambition and let's have that hope for the future. Take a risk for once and back the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor House. Councillor Forster.
Thank you, Chair. I hear words like complacency. I hear lots of hot air, actually. I wonder how many people in this chamber, let alone who might be listening to this, appreciate the subtle differences, which are actually quite important, between net zero and carbon neutrality. I'm sure if I asked you some detail, most of you wouldn't get it right. I think it really is important. I support the unamended motion because if amended, it runs the risk of shifting priorities to meeting targets set without science. It runs the risk of not doing the right thing. And this council has a track record of doing the right things. As Councillor Chad said in her introduction, we've done an amazing amount to deliver. And we've got some reasonable targets that have been set, and we're aiming to do as much as we can as soon as possible. It's easy to say, spend more money now. I was interested to see Labour's announcement recently of we're not going to spend 28 billion that we'd committed to. It's much easier to go back on a glib statement. 28 billion. The money just isn't there. We need to be realistic. The reality is we could all be doing our own bits. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, but I wonder how many in this chamber have put in a heat pump at home and moved away from gas, have put in solar panels, have bought an EV. Always good to see Stephen Parker holding his hand up, and probably a couple of others. I could hold mine up. We've been talking about this for some years, but even in this chamber, for some years, you haven't done your own bits. So trying to set arbitrary targets that are a number pulled out of the air, that pull things forward with no science behind them, with no logical route of how we're going to do it, with no real thought, means the amendment that's suggested is just hot air. Yes, we want to move faster. Councillor Reid made some good points on that. The original motion is ambitious, and we'll do as much as we can and as much as we can afford. And I therefore support this motion unamended.
Right. Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Forster. I think we've had plenty of opportunity for debate so far, so I'm now going to invite yourself first, yes, as the seconder of the main motion.
Right, so I thought it was the other way around. Thank you, Chairman. It is a pity that this debate's coming in at the end of the day. Actually, I think it's worthy of a revisit when we actually are fresh in the morning, and it should be item number 1. It would make a nice change to the normal sort of work of what we do on the County Council, where we actually get to grips with something that's really meaty. And I really do want to hear people's opinions. And can I just say that I'm very grateful to, obviously, all the members, and I quote, Chad, Thacker, Drew, Oppenheimer, Warwick, Reid, and Forster, for supporting this motion amended. But I also applaud all the speeches I've heard on the other side. Because as far as I'm concerned, this should never become a political issue. Frankly, it doesn't matter what your politics are if there isn't a world to live in, does it? That's the bottom line. So, just one minor thing I wanted to take up with I would love to have, Councillor Foster, love to have put in a ground source pump. I'd have loved to have put in solar panels, okay? When I bought my house about 40 years ago, it was an ordinary house, but some clever administrator made it grade 2 listed somewhere along the line without even telling us. So I can't do that sort of thing. So let's do something, let's tell Parliament, let's allow people with grade 2 listed properties, maybe wealthy they may be, to put in this equipment. It's about time. So what is the point of having a beautiful house if there's nowhere to live and there's no food coming in? So excuse my passion, but something has to be done about that. I'll go back to my connection with Alex Crawford. I have been working with Alex Crawford on the Scrutiny Committee right from the beginning. This is the CSR 2050 Scrutiny Committee. I went to the lecture that he recommended, and I do have the Thunberg book by my armchair when I'm watching the news, okay? And I dip into it all the time. So I'm very grateful to the work that you've done, and as I said before, the motion that we will help with Councillor Chad. I've also had private meetings with individuals that have come to the County Council who are interested in climate change and what we're doing. And I did tell them that we're having a debate about this today. And I hope they're out there listening to this debate. I hope they're out there listening to it. I wouldn't worry too much about going ahead without the amendment. Because as chairman of the CSR 2050 committee, I have informed the leader that I have every intention of making sure that we keep this issue alive and that as successive governments come in and out, and dates might be changed when that happens, we need to be alert to it, but not today. However, when I saw the amendment come in, the draft, the first draft, it actually said, let's have more scrutiny. I agree with that. We will have more scrutiny on this subject. And I've got every intention with the leaders' agreement to bring this back to full council, and let's have a proper debate. Let's bring in other people about this issue. It's beyond our remit as county councillors, but we have to do this. So, I can see how much I've got. I commit to doing more scrutiny on this, so have no fears. And thank you I look forward to this going through without the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glenn. Councillor Collett, as the seconder, would you please like to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would. We all want to tackle climate change, don't we? I don't think there's any doubt about that. Anyone who doesn't will be keeping very, very quiet just at the moment. The question is, how serious are we? I'm not asking you to put your hands up, but how many people who could have come by train today drove here? And that's the sort of thing we need to ask ourselves. Do we just pass a motion, leave it to officers, and then get on with life? Or are we really serious about this issue? And this amendment is just trying to push us further in a positive direction. There's been a lot of misunderstanding about what the amendment says. I actually wonder if anybody's read it properly, because the original motion said maintaining the County Council's agreed commitment to be carbon neutral by 2050. Commitment to be carbon neutral. Yet several people have said we're not actually sure whether that can be achieved. And I've certainly not seen any specific plan that shows how that will be achieved. What the amendment is saying is bringing forward the target to be carbon neutral. In other words, the commitment is 2050, but we're targeting 2040. Because this is urgent, and we need to put as much emphasis into this as we can to get things done as quickly as we can. Every time you make an unnecessary journey in a car, you're adding to the problem. Every time you avoid doing that, you're doing something about it. So this motion is about trying to really give a very clear message to our officers that we, the County Council, have sat down today and discussed this. And we are admiring of the fantastic work that our officers are doing. Chitra Nadaraja, when she presented to the 2050 Select Committee, she had a really good answer to every question that was asked. Those who saw her saw someone who really knew what she was doing. But there was no report there as to how this fits into how it will all be done by 2050. And by sending her a very positive message from the council meeting today, we're girding her loins to push as hard as she can. And I'm sure she and everybody else working on this would do the same. So this amendment isn't about trying to achieve something that can't be achieved. It's about adding to the sense of urgency, which I think in our hearts we all know is necessary. The change to E is to say, let's have that wider perspective next time we have a report on this, the scrutiny, because that would be a really welcome step forward. And the new paragraph J is about, I lost my notes here. Oh, yeah, you can see what it says. I'm running out of time. Chairman, I met my niece's 6-month-old child the other day for the first time. They live in New Zealand. Sorry, it's Australia. It's my sister that lives in New Zealand, my sister. She came over, yeah, I'm trying to get it all done in the time. She came over, brought her child with her, and I looked at his face, this lovely, smiling 6-month-old face, and I thought, what future do you have? What's life going to be like when you are my age if we don't get this right now? And anybody who doesn't feel that sense of urgency, it's time you did. It really is time you did. So, Chair, I hope you will support the amendment. It's not about wrecking anything. It's not about creating a commitment to 2040. It's saying let's add in a target to really try and push this as hard as we can. And as Councillor Todd said earlier on, giving it the same emphasis as we do to finance, giving it the same serious part of everything we do to try and create the best leadership we can on the subject. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Collett. Leader, I'd like to invite you to speak now.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And we've had a very thorough debate, as we did previously. I'm really just going to actually refer to what Councillor Stephen Reid said, actually, and made some really, really good points. And I think the only point I was going to make in terms of where we were previously about the points that Councillor Chad made in terms of about how much of the 98% are working together. And the motion very clearly says, if we can do more quickly, we will. And I think, and also, we've heard lots of talk about in terms of the 2050 and lining up. We have to make sure we are lined up with the government funding that goes with that. As Councillor, as I say, Stephen Reid said and Councillor Warwick said about those points about having a fully sort of thought out plan to present and just say that date, I don't think is a sensible way to go forward. The team have done an amazing job here, and I quite agree, Councillor Collett. Chitra has done an amazing amount of work, and there is an awful lot that we've done as this authority. And you've heard others, we are actually leading the way in a lot of areas. So I am very much wanting to stick with the original one, understanding, like many people have said, understanding the sort of the thoughts and thinking behind that. But I think that would be wrong to do that at this stage without any fully thought out plan sat behind that. And I'm just going to repeat that every opportunity we can to do things more quickly, we clearly will. And that's what this amendment, the original amendment, says. So I'm going to stick with that, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Crawford, you have the final word.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I have to say it was an amazing debate this afternoon, despite it being the end of the day. This is what I was really hoping for, that we could raise this topic in the agenda. The two lessons that I have learned from it was Councillor Warwick's statement that we should all be working together towards this in the future, which I think that is what I'm seeking to achieve, rather like Councillor Glenn has said through the Select Committee. The other is, And I picked up the point that Councillor Harrison made, was about the key role of government in this, in setting the framework. And I believe the leader mentioned that as well. And this is what we really need. And perhaps we should be starting, as a county council, to be lobbying the government to up its game in terms of preparing us for the future in the best way. Now, we are hoping for a Labour government in 6 months, 9 months' time. But they have to step up as well, because as we saw recently, they took a step backwards. And this is not good enough. We have to keep the pressure up on the government to make sure that whatever government's in power comes up with the funding that this council needs in order to address the wider issue, not just the narrow county council responsibility for its emissions and so on, but the wider issue of the homes insulation, of the transport problems, and all of these issues which will require funding from the national level. But if we're prepared, and we're the channel, as we should be, for local government, and this is where Labour's policy on devolving to local government, they're going to increase the devolution to local government. But that's no good unless the money's there to do it. We want the money to do these jobs, and this is what we can look to for the future. So thank you very much. That was a great debate. I'm sticking with the original motion because with all the caveats there are about the funding that's available at the moment, I feel that we're doing the best we can, and we're going to be, with this original motion, preparing a stance for the future when the funding becomes available. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Crawford. Now, just to remind members that when we were in debate, we were debating both the motion and also the amendment. We are now going to have a vote, and the votes will be taken separately. First of all, we're going to vote on the amendment. Now, that is, you've all got those on your iPads or your hybrids, whatever it is. You've all had the opportunity to read the proposals in that amendment. I'm going to ask you now to indicate whether or not you are willing to accept that amendment as it stands en bloc, as it were. Would you please indicate whether you are in agreement with the amendment? Thank you, members. That was clearly not carried.
Maybe just get those against.
Sorry, yeah, I will. Are there any abstentions?
Who's against?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask, are there any abstentions? Any against? Thank you very much, members. Now we go to the main motion of notice of motion submitted by Councillor Crawford and Councillor Glenn. I'm going to ask you to vote on that. Would you please indicate whether or not you are willing to accept that notice of motion as submitted? Can you vote twice?
Yes, because it's different votes. It's a different thing.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, members. Are there any abstentions? One abstention. Any against? Any against? Therefore, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much indeed.
Last one.
We are now on the homeward straight, as they say. We are now item 14. Item 14A, you may be pleased to learn that no questions have been received from the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Fire and Rescue Authority, so we're going straight on to 14B, and I'm going to ask Councillor Vaughan to present the report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have nothing to add to the report, but I'm happy to take questions about it.
Thank you to Councillor Vaughan. Councillor Vaughan has indicated he's willing to take questions. Are there any questions? Councillor Parker-Jones.
This might be a really cheeky way of doing a question, but I just want to say how absolutely impressed I have been with Hampshire and the Isle of Wight Fire and Rescue Authority from a very recent experience when they attended a fire in Bishopstoke. Their communication was absolutely first class and lots of organisations could learn from them. They were on the phone to me whilst they were tackling a fire. So they are brilliant. So my question is, can you please take back my thanks to everything they do? It's been, because I've never really had to experience what would happen if you've got a fire very close in your local area, as they dealt with. And it was so good and so professional. And I'm sure the last few days have been very challenging for them. So I just want it recorded how much and how grateful I am for the work they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker-Jones.
Thank you. I certainly will pass that on. I mean, we are lucky. Our fire service is, I wouldn't say it's the best in the country, but it's definitely in the top one.
I notice that Councillor Hare has her hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't actually have a question. Similarly, I would like to say thank you to the Hampshire Fire Services. Last night, I'm not sure whether you're aware, but there was a huge fire at the Osborne pub in Hillhead in my division, and they were there immediately and they've sorted it out. Also, the M27 problem yesterday. Thank you so much. If you could pass that on, that'd be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will.
I take it there are no more questions. There is no debate. So I'd like to thank you very much indeed for your report, Councillor Vaughan. And with that, I formally close the meeting. Thank you all for attending.